to start. Before we go on to take Mr Lancaster's evidence, it's probably worth thinking about running order for today and the next few days. I think there's a very good chance that we'll finish with Mr Lancaster and Dr Palmer today and be ready to start at some point during the day with the combined objector group's witnesses. You'd indicated on Monday that Dr Johnson was to be the first witness. Will he be available to give evidence today? Perfect. And if we make good progress, are other witnesses available so that we can keep the momentum going? At all? Right, okay. In which case, if you're happy and Transport Scotland are happy, we'll take his precognition as a written submission. And it may be that Transport Scotland might wish to respond to that in writing. You can let me know if that's going to be the case.
I would suggest if there's anything that needs to be said, we could include that within our closing submission. Perfect. I wouldn't anticipate much, but okay. We can capture anything.
Okay, in which case we'll take it as a written submission. Perfect. Any other matters? Mr Campbell?
No, but if you had a slot of convenient length, Ms Cannon is available for the rest of the week, okay, including today.
Yep.
And clearly is anxious to.
Yes.
For other reasons not connected with the inquiry, is anxious to have her evidence heard and questions asked, and then she can get on with the other things she has to get on with.
I think it would probably be reasonable to hope that we could take her evidence and maybe even have the House of Urard hearing session before the end of this week.
I think that's entirely realistic.
If we take that out of order, I think there was an indication that we wouldn't be ready to start with the tourism hearing session until next week anyway. So if we aim to do that, we'll see how we get on. Yeah. So we could have a situation where we take Miss Cannon's evidence and have the House of Urard hearing session on the same day.
Indeed. And that could even be today, could it?
Sounds unlikely to me unless we take her seriously out of order.
Yeah, well, anyway, she's indicated her almost universal ability to turn. I mean, she's only 5 miles away, so
okay. Perfect.
Turn up at any time.
Perfect. Okay. Mr Bax?
I think Mr Rattray would prefer it if we did his evidence tomorrow morning, but he would be available this evening if we do run through very quickly.
Okay.
But not after 3 o'clock.
Okay. Well, I suppose the running order, if your witnesses, is in your control, and I would imagine that your witnesses will be running today into tomorrow, yes. So that's absolutely fine.
Good. Okay.
So we think Mr Rattray tomorrow morning at some point.
It may be possible after 3 o'clock.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay.
I think in terms of giving Mr Rattray some certainty, the promoter's preference would be first thing tomorrow morning, in order that we can run through Mr Rattray's evidence in one go and not leave that hanging overnight. And certainly in terms of the House of Urard evidence, that does seem to make sense to me, to include the evidence of Ms Cannon and then the hearing session, and it may even be possible to do that tomorrow afternoon based on Mr Millen not attending and other witnesses. The other matter, sir, that I'm able to confirm in following your question yesterday, the length of the proposed scheme within the inventory boundary, 3.63 kilometres, and this length extends from the start of the physical works at Chainage 700 to a point where the scheme exits the northern boundary at Chainage 4330. 330.
Okay. Thanks, Mr Milne. I'm obliged for that. Okay. If there are no other matters, over to you, Mr Milne, for Mr Lancaster's evidence.
Thank you, sir. Mr Lancaster, if you could please read out your summary precognition for us.
My name is Mark Lancaster. I'm a Senior Associate Director of Landscape Architecture with Jacobs. I'm a qualified landscape architect with over 30 years' experience, having gained a BA Honours degree in Landscape Architecture in 1987. I am a chartered member of the Landscape Institute. I am a landscape team leader for the A9 dualling Killiecrankie to Glen, Garry project, the proposed scheme, and have led the landscape and visual assessment and mitigation design. The evidence I present relates to landscape, visual and view from the road assessments and landscape mitigation design for the proposed scheme, including refinements to the design. I also address objections in relation to landscape and visual impacts related to the proposed scheme between Killiecrankie and Altclune Junction. Assessment of the DMRB Stage 3 design. The landscape and visual and view from the road assessments are reported in chapters 13, 14 and 9 of the environmental statement, supported by appendices figures. In the winter year of opening, significant impacts would occur on the paths of Killiecrankie and Glen Garry, Lower Glen, Mid Glen and Upper Glen local landscape character areas. In the summer, 15 years after opening, the impact on the Glen Garry, Lower Glen local landscape character area would be reduced but would remain significant. People at 77 built receptor and 28 outdoor receptor locations would experience significant visual impacts during construction. People at 74 built receptor and 27 outdoor receptor locations would experience significant visual impacts in the winter of the year of opening. In the summer, 15 years after opening, impacts would remain significant for 14 built receptor and 8 outdoor receptor locations. Significant impacts on views from the road are predicted during the winter of the year of opening, but not in the summer 15 years after opening. The assessment of the refined design. Following the publication of the environmental statement and the draft orders, refinements to the DMRB Stage 3 design were made to address concerns raised by objectors. The refined design was developed with input from Jacobs Landscape Architects. An environmental review of the refined design is provided in the development of the scheme report. In the winter of the year of opening, it is predicted that significant impacts would occur on the pass of Killiecrankie local landscape character area and the Glen Garry, Lower Glen local landscape character area. In the summer, 15 years after opening, the impact on the Glen Garry, Lower Glen local landscape character area would remain significant, moderate, due largely to the Altclune Junction. People at 16 built receptor locations and 4 sections of footpath would experience significant visual impacts during construction. People at 15 built receptor locations and 4 sections of footpath would experience significant visual impacts in the winter of the year of opening. The majority of the significantly affected receptors would be located around Altclune Junction, with 4 located close to the A9 south of the proposed scheme, in and around Altclune and Killiecrankie. In the summer, 15 years after opening, people at 5 built receptor locations to the north of the A9 would remain significantly affected. 4 of these are close to Altclune Junction. Significant impacts on views from the road are predicted during the winter year of opening, where the scheme passes through the Glen Garry, Lower Glen local landscape character. In the summer, 15 years after opening, the impact would not be significant. Landscape and visual mitigation proposals for the refined design have been prepared taking account of the specific impacts to ensure that residual impacts are no greater than those in the ES. The comparison of the impacts of the refined design with the DMRB Stage 3 design, as reported in the development of the scheme report, confirms that the residual impacts would be no greater than those reported in the ES. Responses to statutory and non-statutory objections. House of Orrod, LLP, Daniel Price and Claire Cannon and Bridget Price. The objectors state a preference for the A9 to be widened on the southbound side, where they consider it would have lower environmental impacts. The decision to proceed with the northbound widening at Killiecrankie was made at the conclusion of DMRB Stage 2. However, a southbound widening design, the alternative design, has been developed to an equivalent level of detail as the refined design, and we have undertaken a comparative assessment in the development of the scheme report, Annex C and Appendix N. The alternative design would have a lesser visual impact at Urad House and Steadings than the refined design, and the DMRB Stage 3 design, as the existing bund and roadside planting would remain largely intact. However, as at DMRB Stage 2, the overall differences between the refined design and the alternative design are not considered to be sufficient to be a differentiator with respect to landscape and visual impacts or impacts on views from the road. The objectors raised concerns over the visual impact of the two lay-bys proposed in the Killiecrankie area on either side of the A9. The visual impact of both lay-bys would be limited with screening afforded by woodland and landform. A stone wall alongside the northbound lay-by has been proposed in the refined design in response to concerns raised by the objectors, and an offer has been made by the promoter to plant native shrubs on the slope alongside the lay-by. The objectors raised concerns over the visual impacts caused by the opening up of views to and from the A9 to Urad House and Steadings as a result of removal of the earth bund opposite Urad House and its replacement in the refined design with a 1.6 metre high stone wall. Here the visual impact with the DMRB Stage 3 and refined designs would be significant, moderate, substantial in the winter year of opening, but not significant in summer after 15 years, extending and raising the height of the stone wall, as has been suggested by the objectors, would not reduce the visual impact at the Steadings to a non-significant level in winter year of opening. The combined group of Killiecrankie and Fincastle Community Council and others. The objectors raised concerns that the locations of the proposed lay-bys at Killiecrankie were imposed on the battlefield and were dictated by a wish to provide attractive views for road users. The locations were in fact dictated by safety concerns. The objectors state that the loss of the replacement bund and trees in the refined design would be a substantial change from the DMRB Stage 3 design. The proposed stone walls would provide screening in place of the bund, and the removal of the bund would reduce woodland loss and the amount of replacement woodland required. The relocation of ecological mitigation woodland from Field 9 would have no adverse effects for landscape and visual effects. The objectors suggest that the DMRB Stage 2 assessments were misleading, downplaying the loss of woodland associated with northbound widening, and that Cairngorm's National Park Authority's assessment of the route options was similarly skewed. Much of the roadside woodland on the northbound side is contemporary to the existing A9 and of limited landscape value. In the DMRB Stage 2 assessment, the loss of all woodland was carefully considered along with other impacts, including those on landform. Whilst there was a slight preference for northbound widening at Killiecrankie because of lesser impacts on landform, the significance of impacts was assessed to be similar, and the landscape and visual impacts were not differentiators for route selection. The objectors raised concerns that grading out of embankments on the northbound side, embedded at DMRB Stage 2, has been removed in the refined design, so the landscape and visual impacts would be greater than envisaged at DMRB Stage 2. Landform mitigation has been considered throughout the development of the proposed scheme, and the decision to locally steepen embankment slopes was taken only after detailed review. The changes to the landform mitigation would not increase the significance of landscape and visual impacts, and comparison of the refined design with the alternative design has confirmed that landscape and visual issues would still not alter the alignment choice. The objectors raised concerns that the refined design would increase the prominence and sense of severance of the proposed scheme. Comparative assessment of the landscape and visual impacts of the refined design and the DMRB Stage 3 design indicates that this is not the case, and that the benefits of the refined design would offset the localized disbenefits. Killiecrankie, 1689. The objectors expressed concerns over the loss of woodland and the visual impacts of the steepened embankment slopes of the refined design. They suggest that landscape impacts for the Glen, Garry, Lower Glen local landscape character area must be significantly more adverse. This is not borne out by comparative assessment of the landscape and visual impacts of the refined design and the DMRB Stage 3 design. The objectors infer that the assessment methodology used in the landscape and visual assessment impact assessment averages out impacts, masking their true significance. They also suggest that the Killiecrankie battlefield area should be considered as a separate unit. The approach was not to average the impacts over a stretch of road, but for impact significance to be based on the most adverse impacts occurring, which in the case of the Glen, Garry, Lower Glen local landscape character area would be at the Altloon Junction. The visual impact assessment does not average out impacts, but considers their significance on individual receptors. The Killiecrankie battlefield area does not merit being assessed for landscape and visual impacts as a single separate unit. The objectors raise concerns over the removal of the proposed bund in the refined design and its replacement by 2 sections of stone wall, suggesting that it would increase visual impacts and remove the opportunity for tree planting. The bund was included at DMRB Stage 3 at the landowner's request. It was not considered necessary for landscape and visual mitigation, and its removal does not increase impacts. The omission of the bund between the 2 sections of wall allows for the retention of established woodland, which would screen views of the road from the Killiecrankie to Altloon local path. The removal of the bund reduces the need for additional planting where existing planting is retained. The objector's understanding that the gap between the 2 sections of the wall is to provide a high-quality visual experience for travellers is incorrect. Sandra Parkins, Tim Parkins and Brian Parkins. The objectors raise concerns over the removal of trees at the Glen underpass. The removal of trees at this location was required to accommodate the DMRB Stage 3 design, so was accounted for in the ES assessments. Mixed woodland planting is proposed on the embankment beside the underpass. Conclusions. In my evidence, I demonstrate that the landscape and visual impacts of the proposed scheme have been properly assessed and that the objections in relation to landscape, visual and view from the road impacts have been appropriately addressed. The refined design for the proposed scheme provides a good landscape fit and the mitigation measures have been appropriately designed. The refined design would have no greater residual landscape, visual or view from the road impacts than the DMRB Stage 3 design as assessed in the ES, and comparison of the refined design with the alternative design confirms the conclusions of the DMRB Stage 2 assessment that the levels of landscape, visual and view from the road impacts would not alter the route choice. Based on the evidence I have provided, I consider that landscape and visual impacts have been properly assessed and the objections made have been appropriately addressed. I would therefore respectfully ask the reporter in this context to recommend to Scottish ministers that they make the orders sought.
Thank you, Mr Lancaster. I have a few questions arising out of precognitions which have been lodged by the objectors. First of all, Dr Johnston, paragraph 14 of his precognition, just at the very bottom of the second page of the full text, Dr Johnson states, as the Cairngorm National Parks Authority have apparently delegated the wider historic environment issues to HES and concentrated on assessing the landscape impacts from the road rather than of the road, leaving short, the statutory consultees were insufficient to provide robust assessment of the battlefield impact. Now, appreciating that you are giving evidence on landscape and visual impact, I wonder if in that context you could respond to the assertion that CNPA concentrated on assessing the landscape impacts from the road rather than of the road.
Yes, I think that's it's not really borne out by the feedback we've had from the National Park on both on the DMRB Stage 2 assessment initially. In I think it's document 411 point. Sorry, excuse me. 411.10. They provide feedback. I think it's page 30 of the PDF. they provide feedback on the stage 2 design, and there's very little of mention of consideration of the impact from the road. In fact, there's discussion about the impacts on the wider landscape and the impacts of the... okay, thank you. I'll maybe refer to the document, although I can't read it very well on this screen. Oh, there's no mouse here. Oh, is that the mouse? Thank you. But yes, I think there's one mention of a passing mention in that feedback, which is fairly detailed, about a view from the road being opened up, or at the first section of the scheme between 0 and 1400, and then I think the rest of the feedback concentrates on impacts of the road rather than from the road. So I think that the statement in precognition, Mr. Johnson's precognition, is a bit, I don't quite understand where that impression comes from.
And as regards feedback on the draft environmental statement from the National Park Authority, do you have any comment to make there, perhaps with reference to TS411.25, page 117?
Yes, again, I think there's I'm not sure that there's anything on commentary about the views from the road or the impact from the road. In fact, I don't think the park commented on the chapter that deals with the views from the road, or at least the section on the views from the road. They commented on the NMU. They concentrated on the NMU section for the all travellers. They didn't look at views from the road. So, again, it seems that their focus was on the landscape as a whole and not really on assessing impacts from the road.
And which chapter of the ES deals with views from the road?
Just bear with me a second. I've just mental block. It's chapter 9 of the ES. All travellers.
All travellers.
Yes.
Moving on to the next paragraph of Dr. Johnson's precognition, what do you take and what is your response to what is set out here? Visualisations often fail to consider likely visitor approaches, and the fact that most visitors to the battlefield view the landscape primarily from the south, which should be an important consideration in differentiating between possible routes and impacts.
Well, certainly at DMRB stage 2 and 3, we've looked at from the visual impact perspective. We've considered viewpoints both south and north of the scheme, and at stage 2 we included one of the viewpoints was actually along the Glen road, which is on the approach to the battlefield, to where you would probably go to towards the Tomb Clavers area, and we didn't use visualizations for the landscape assessment at stage 2. It's not something that we find particularly helpful for understanding the impacts when we're looking at route options appraisal. Often it's quite difficult to tell the difference between options, particularly when you're further away on the more distant approaches. So we rely more on the assessment methodologies, which are detailed in the stage 2 and the ES reports. I could point you to some figures if you want of where the viewpoints are, where at stage 2 and stage 3, if that's helpful. Well, for the stage 2 visual assessment, I think it's the figure that shows the location of viewpoints is it's CD 20, I think, and it's figure 12.1, I hope. All right, okay. I beg your pardon, it was 13.1. That's yes, so this shows the locations of the viewpoints that we used at stage 2. These were all agreed with the environmental steering group. So we had a consultation with the environmental steering group on the locations of viewpoints, and they gave us feedback. So we were able to pinpoint the best locations. For example, I think I mentioned viewpoint 6, which is sort of centre right. That's the just up. That's the Glen Road. So that was one of the receptor locations. There are various other locations to the south. I think Mr. Johnson's recognition talks about approaches, considering approaches from the south. And if you on the ES, I'll try and get the right figure this time. I believe it's 14.4. And again, if you can see on the top left part of the sheet, the Killiecrankie area, and you can see all the dashed lines which represent different types of footpath, NMU route, local roads, which are, and as you can clearly see, there are receptors both the south and the north, which have all been considered, including the approaches into the battlefield.
Thank you. Turning to the objection by the House of Urard, we've heard a fair bit about the natural stone wall, to the north. From your perspective, landscape and visual impact, is there any benefit in increasing the length and height of this proposed northern natural stone wall in respect of the properties at Urard?
Well, I think the objector was suggesting it be extended westwards. That's north, I guess northwards, but it's actually west at that location, and which would extend across the section of the road that's visible from the Steadings property. We've looked at that option of putting a wall in that location, and I think the request was for a 1.9 metre wall along that section. And I think the important thing to note is that the main source of impact for that section of road is of the traffic itself, because the steadings sits at a lower level than the road, so they're tending to be looking up towards it. They wouldn't see the road surface, but they would see vehicles. And even if you put a 1.9 metre high stone wall in that location, it would the higher sided vehicles would still be visible, the lorries, and it's that that movement, that visual distraction, if you like, which contributes to the visual impact. So it wouldn't reduce the visual impact a great deal. In fact, I think you'd be looking at probably about 3.5 or 4 meters of height of wall to actually screen off the vehicles, which would be quite a significant structure on the top of the embankment. And I think there is a cross section, if that would help. It's bear with me, I'll find the reference.
I think this is cross section TS 427.1.
Yes. Okay, so on your left, on the left side of the lower image, you can see the steadings is marked with a dashed line, and there's a human standing outside the front of it. So it's an eye-level view, and lines of sight towards the A9. And the dashed line you can see is the existing ground, and the where you look at the first lorry, that's where the new embankment is situated, and the lower of the red dashed lines, just skims the top of the safety barrier at that location, which is 0.9. I think about 0.9 meters high, and the upper of the two lines is at 1.6 meters, and I think the request was for 1.9, so it's a little bit higher than the upper of the two lines, but you can see quite clearly that I think that lorry's shown at maybe 4.5 meters tall. The tallest lorries allowed on UK roads, I think it's 4.9 meters high, but you can see that you'd have to raise the barrier quite a bit higher to actually screen the views of the vehicles. I think it's also important to note that we've proposed planting on the embankment at that location, including an offer to plant some additional feathered trees to increase the percentage of feathered tree planting to 25% of the mix from, I think, typically it would be up to about 10. Those feathered trees are 1.5 to 2.5 meters tall on planting. So quite quickly, they're going to reach the height of any wall that you were to put there. So unless it's a very, very tall wall. So on balance, it's quite quickly after a few years, what you're going to find is that that screening is going to be provided by the planting, and by summer 15 years after opening, we've assessed the impact would be not significant at the steadings, because we would envisage the planting to be 6 to 8 meters tall, So it would screen the views of vehicles as well as screening the embankment itself.
There's a concern expressed by Ms Cannon in her recognition about planting, any protection which is afforded by new planting taking 25 to 40 years to be effective. Is that concern justified?
Well, I think in terms of the visual impacts, we would expect the visual impacts to be mitigated sooner than that, because, as I explained, mentioned there, the 6 to 8 metres of height is anticipated after 15 years, and given that the tallest HGV is 4.9 metres, you would expect that after maybe 10 years or so, maybe 15 years, the traffic would be screened.
And what about increasing the length of the wall along the northern carriageway to the west?
Well, that's I suppose that's the relevant to the section I've been talking about with the steadings. That the wall would is opposite where it's been requested. It was opposite the steadings where this cross section is located. So yes, I don't believe it would. It's on balance, it's justified because it doesn't reduce the impacts significantly.
As regards the alternative scheme which has been worked up by the promoter, now I appreciate you've covered this in your precognition. Perhaps you could give us a brief explanation of your position as regards visual impacts on properties at Urrard, comparing the alternative scheme with the refined design.
Yes, well, the alternative scheme, which is on the widening on the southbound side, would have a lesser visual impact on, particularly on the steadings, because the embankment that we saw in the previous cross section wouldn't be required, so that the existing trees in that location would be screening the traffic there. As far as the house goes, perhaps there's less difference because there's a significant amount of planting within the walled garden which screens views towards to the north in that location. So it's really, and in fact, I mean, there is, I suppose at one point is that when with the southbound widening, the alternative scheme, there's still some earthworks required at the bund. It's for the widening of the verge, so there'd still be loss of trees in that location alongside the A9. So it's maybe just important to point out that there's no difference. That it's not exactly the same as the current situation. Some of that planting, at least, requires removal, not least because of the earthworks would affect the roots, if not directly removing the trees, or some of the trees would be directly on that road side of the bund, but others behind, but also within close proximity to where the earthworks end. But as you say, there's obviously the benefit, as I've said, it would benefit the steadings, the alternative design.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this stage. Thank you, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Mr. Bax.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. Just to, for the start again, perhaps you could just tell us what, if any, effect the existence of the inventory of historic battlefields had on your landscape and visual assessments and on the preparation of landscape mitigation.
Well, certainly we considered the battlefield in evaluating sensitivity of the baseline, landscape baseline, which I think is evidenced in the environmental statement, and it's probably mentioned in the Stage 2 report as well. I'd need to dig out the exact reference. As far as the mitigation is concerned, it was certainly something that we consulted with our cultural heritage colleagues on, not being a battlefield cultural heritage expert. I would defer to Mr. Dempsey on matters of whether the mitigation is appropriate within the battlefield.
Fair enough. You do say, though, in your summary precognition, 5.12, and I quote, "The Killiecrankie battlefield area does not merit being assessed for landscape and visual impacts as a single separate unit." And again, in your full precognition, 8.2, you state that the designated battlefield area does not correspond to a discrete landscape character area, so it did not justify consideration as such in the landscape assessment. I just wanted to understand quite what you meant by the Killiecrankie battlefield area does not merit being assessed for landscape, and perhaps specifically how did you coordinate with the cultural heritage assessment?
Well, we followed our specific best practice methodology looking at landscape character, and it doesn't, landscape character areas form the basis of the assessment, and or local landscape character areas, and these aren't necessarily defined by cultural heritage boundary, the battlefield boundary. We're looking at it from a landscape perspective rather than a purely cultural heritage perspective, and the assessment of the battlefield landscape is also dealt with by Mr. Dempsey's team, looking at the historic landscape area and the battlefield landscape. So whilst we consider the value of the area because it's it contributes to the battlefield aspect, contributes to the value of the landscape character of the area, it doesn't define the boundaries of the landscape character area, and that would be delving into I think the cultural heritage assessment rather than the landscape assessment.
Was there any particular conflict between the cultural heritage assessment and your visual impact assessment that might have been identified at any stage in the process, such as sense of severance in the battlefield, for instance, conflicting with your assessment of the impact on the overall landscape characteristic?
Well, I'm not sure I would necessarily say conflict. We have to, in the environmental assessment process, you have to look at all the different, sometimes competing interests, and come up with a suitable balance. And so there's discussion, obviously, about whether or not an area should be planted or left open, etc., in order to perhaps preserve a particular view, maybe across the battlefield. So I wouldn't say there's necessarily a conflict. Sometimes you have to, you have to work together to come up with a suitable compromise, I suppose, sometimes is what you would call it.
Do you recall any particular conversation, or is it just something that was general?
I had various conversations with Mr. Dempsey during the process. I couldn't name one in particular. We're in close contact when we do these projects. There's a lot of cross discussion, multidisciplinary forums talking about the different aspects. And for example, we had I prepared with the cultural heritage team. We prepared a presentation to the environmental steering group, which dealt specifically with landscape mitigation at the battlefield. That was in the earlier stages of DMRB Stage 3. So we produced a presentation which looked at outline proposals, and Historic Environment Scotland were involved in that process as well. They were obviously part of the forum, and we were really trying to seek their feedback early in the process to make sure that we were on the right track with our landscape mitigation proposals.
Thank you. Can we perhaps move on to a discussion of the loss of trees at Killiecrankie? I refer to paragraph 3.5 of your full recognition. First of all, do you think it's reasonable that residents complain about the loss of tree cover in Killiecrankie? I think maybe I can put it from the perspective of local residents there. They see that the bulk of the existing tree cover runs on the northbound section of the road. There is a small area of tree planting on the south in the middle of the battlefield, but apart from that, predominantly the existing planting is on the north side. That all will disappear as a result of the construction. I recognise that there will be some planting to replace that, but the immediate impact is for all that woodland cover to disappear. Now, reading your precognitions overall, it appears that where that planting is so-called new planting, i.e. planting which took place after the building of the original A9, it's been dismissed as of low value and therefore not really perhaps relevant. But for residents it does provide visual screening at the moment, which will disappear. I just wonder if you've got any comments about that.
Yes, I think your first question was, do I understand their concern, that they're concerned, and of course it would be only natural for people to be concerned about a new road scheme where there is removal of tree planting. I think I've written in my precognition why we consider the tree planting to be of lesser value than perhaps older, more well-established natural woodland or AWI woodland, semi-natural woodland, or policy woodlands, which are much more mature. The removal of trees is, we're not removing all the trees along the northbound side. I think that's an exaggeration. In fact, there's quite a lot of planting that's outside the immediate road corridor that remains in place. I think it's also important to notice that the visual impacts are relatively limited on the northbound side because of the nature of the topography and the existing woodlands that remain after the implementation of the scheme. I think actually by summer 15 years after, I don't think there are any significant visual impacts on houses on the south side of the road. So we have considered the loss of woodland carefully, and we have also provided mitigation planting, and as I mentioned, that obviously takes time to mature and provide screening. But generally speaking, the visibility is limited from the south side because of the other planting that is outside the CPO and the topography. I'm sorry, I don't know if there were, your question was quite long. I'm not sure if there was more.
Well, I wasn't here personally when the existing A9 was first constructed, but there are a number of residents who we've spoken to who were. They were at that time promised tree planting, but none of it really took. So it fell upon the residents, the owner of Arad Estate at that time, and others to do their own planting. I just wondered whether you have any idea that planting takes more successfully now than it did then.
It's standard practice and would be to have a 5-year maintenance period on the planting. So and that includes every year. The normal contract would state that the replacement planting has to happen if anything's failed after a year or anything's failing to thrive, then the contractor would come in and replant. So there's an aftercare period of 5 years, which is probably, I would say, is longer than the standard landscape maintenance contract, and allows to ensure that establishment takes place, and that's monitored, under the design build scheme. It's still monitored by Transport Scotland and their agents and landscape architects.
That's the contractor's responsibility, I take it, for that process to happen. Is the contractor's responsibility?
Yes. I mean,
overseen by.
Well, yeah. So there's overseen by Transport Scotland's agents, and exactly, yes.
You mentioned earlier the involvement of Cairngorms National Park Authority, and I think you were disputing some of our assertions about their roles. But is it not the case that at the very start, at stage 1, at the SEA document, stage 1, in 2013, that there was a lot of discussion and emphasis put on the opportunity views that would be or could be afforded by the dualling process?
I think, I would point out I wasn't actually working on the scheme in 2013, but I assume you're alluding to perhaps the enhanced lay-by, the development of the enhanced lay-by strategy, for example. And by all means, I wouldn't deny that the park they have an interest in the views from the road. I think the comment on Mr. Johnson's precognition was, it seems to be the suggestion was that was the main focus of their interest, and I don't believe it was, but there's no one from the park here to answer that question, I suppose. Okay.
They did assess, though, I think I'm right in saying that there's a slightly larger area of mature woodland. Sorry, I'll just quote the document number. 7.29 in your precognition. And KFCC 77. This is KFC 77. KFC 77, and it's page 4 on the PDF. So I read it out here. This is widening all along the northbound side of the road and shares the advantages in all sections as discussed previously. It's the least landscape and visual impact, including on the battlefield site, with the least impact on woodland cover. Now, that just seems to us not to be correct, that from looking at the scheme from above, the woodland, I grant you, doesn't completely disappear possibly on the northbound side, but that is where the existing cover is, and there isn't any existing woodland cover apart from a small section on the southbound side. So is that not misleading to state that there's the least impact on woodland cover?
Well, I don't think so, really. When you look at the comments in the round that the park made back to us, it seems clear to me that they understood quite well the bigger picture, and I think it's also important to note their other comments about the nature of the woodland on the northbound side and the value. I think well, it's actually in TS 411.10, but I'll maybe come to that in a minute. But they recognise that the northbound, the woodland quality is. So
it is a question of quality rather than quantity.
Well, it's not just it's not just quantity, and they're looking at it. You know, they're providing comments back on the landscape impacts, and I think they provide comments on ecological impacts as well. And there's obviously AWI woodland is important in the consideration, and I think there's a lot less of that. That's, you know, there may be a slightly more AWI. I think Mr. Carmichael's precognition mentions quantities of woodland removed in the section at Killiecrankie. I think it's 0.3 of a hectare of AWI woodland, something like that. Difference between northbound and southbound, possibly. But the park makes a lot of comments about the earthworks, for example, which they consider important. Clearly, with the southbound option, the cuttings, and I think if you read the entirety of the feedback, I don't think it's misleading.
Was it not the case, though, that they looked at the whole section rather than just the battlefield area in assessing the loss of woodland?
Yeah, well, they looked at in their feedback, they're looking at the section between the beginning of they're looking at the whole scheme in their feedback. At stage 2, that would have been to Pittogowan, between Killiecrankie and Pittogowan.
I think that's, you'd agree perhaps, then that's what we had meant by averaging. They were averaging the tree loss over the entire area rather than concentrating on the battlefield area.
I don't know. I wasn't when I read the comment in the objection or the statement of case about averaging. I think I was considering our assessment rather than the National Parks assessment. I don't feel I should comment on the detail of how they've gone about it.
Okay, thank you. Paragraph 3.4 in your precognition, you mention embedded, standard and project-specific mitigation measures. Could you just take a moment to explain these 3 categories of mitigation, and perhaps also why embedded mitigation, embedded is sometimes in inverted commas and sometimes isn't. Is there a difference there?
To answer the first question, I'm not sure. You'd have to maybe take me to the different instances, and I could explain. But the embedded, standard, and what was the other one you mentioned?
Project specific.
Project specific. Yeah. I mean, there were terms put together for the overall environmental assessment, and for example, standard mitigation measures, I think, were across the program rather than they were standard throughout different schemes. Embedded mitigation included the earthworks design, for example, and the way the scheme has been routed. There is a description in the ES chapter early on, I think, which the landscape chapter, which provides details. So, yes, for example, grading out of earthworks as embedded mitigation.
Okay. And project specific would be, as it said, specific to the one project throughout its length. There would be measures to avoid adverse impacts. At 7.35 in your full precognition, you say that changing the embedded mitigation would not increase the significance of its impacts. I'm just wanting to get a more precise feel for who is that your subjective opinion, or is there bands that could be used to assess whether the embedded mitigation would increase the significance of its impacts?
It involves objective review of the proposals. So if you're referring to the changes to the grading out of slopes, the steepening of some slopes in order to address concerns in the battlefield from Historic Environment Scotland in particular. Sorry, what was the initial question?
When would embedded mitigation? You say it doesn't changing it would not increase the significance of impacts. And I just wondered why not, or if there would be times when it would. Is it assessed in bands?
It's not a generic. That's not a generic statement. It's. I think I'm talking about specific to this particular instance that we have reviewed it carefully. We have bands of significance. So, for example, within the battlefield area, the lower Killiecrankie, lower Glen local landscape character area, in the winter year of opening, the impact is assessed as being moderate substantial in the summer. Sorry, in winter year of opening, and reducing to moderate in summer after 15 years. And so there are bands of, you're right, that in terms of, so you've got the different criteria which are set out in the ES.
So it's the same bands as we're used to discussing in reference to the ES, of moderate, substantial.
Yes.
The same.
And so we've undertaken a careful assessment of the different proposals, and there was an iterative process talking with the engineers about where the slope steepening was, where it was okay, where we felt it would have a lesser impact, a relatively small impact, and areas where we felt that it was important to retain graded out slopes, which we've done. And I think we achieved a reasonable balance. And in terms of the visual impacts, I think the areas which are slightly steeper now tend to be focused in areas where visibility is quite limited.
I just had a question about the mitigation. The bund that is being removed was thought to have been mitigation during the building of the original A9, but I think you now refer to it as accommodation works. I was just, is there technically a difference between the two?
I think my reference is it's mentioned in, I believe it's mentioned in the development of the scheme report that the thinking is that the bund was put in as accommodation works is works provided for a specific landowner, so it's out with the sort of normal scope of mitigation, if you like. So it's something that they've come to an agreement with a little. I'm not the expert on this matter, but Mr. Robertson probably is. But in terms of it's a difference in terms of it comes out of the payment of compensation for the land. So if it's accommodation works, the landowner is paying for it out of the money they're getting.
Can mitigation that's agreed be removed after the design has been agreed? Presumably not, but accommodation works are a matter for negotiation.
Yes, I mean, that's again, I'm not the expert on accommodation works. I think probably not. I don't wish to delve too deeply into the
fair enough.
The details.
Just refer to your full precondition 7.37. You appear to be confirming that the landscape mitigation was not discussed in detail with HES at stage 2. Is that correct?
Yes, at stage 2, we wouldn't normally prepare detailed landscape mitigation proposals. The scheme was consulted on did include some grading out proposals within the earthworks design, but there was no what we'd call, I suppose, the landscape mitigation in terms of planting or seeding. That was discussed at stage 3.
Yeah. It wouldn't really be possible for HES to know the implications of graded out or graded earthwork slopes on the battlefield until after the route had been chosen.
Well, no, as I said, some of the graded out slopes were already built into the model at stage 2. So you could see the extent of the slopes on the engineering drawings, and I think it was mentioned in we mentioned grading out of slopes as part of the mitigation in the landscape chapter. Whether or not they read that specific chapter, I don't know, but the footprint of the earthworks was shown on the route options at that stage. Obviously it develops at between stage 2 and stage 3, but they would have had an initial idea.
Just on your full precognition 7.42, just a little bit further down. You say you do not agree that the refined design would have a more prominent appearance than the stage 3 design. I think it's what's referred to as a sense of severance. HES does say the proposed scheme has an increased sense of severance in the battlefield. Is this an example perhaps of a distinction you would make on your overall assessment of the impact on the landscape character and the specific impact on the geographical area of the battlefield?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm looking at this from in terms of landscape and visual topic areas rather than interpretation of battlefields, if you like. And a sense of severance isn't necessarily a sort of a normal, a typical term you would see used for a landscape assessment. But by it, I take it to mean I suppose in simple terms, it'd be the visual or physical connection between different parts of the landscape and the severance thereof. And so, for example, there's major earthworks or a large cutting or a bund that's actually creating severance. But I would also acknowledge that if there's a visual impact from vehicles, that's in a way you could argue that's a form of visual severance as well. So it's a consideration of a number of aspects, but in terms of this, I have considered it in landscape visual terms. I'm not a battlefield cultural heritage expert.
Okay, thank you. Going back a little bit, 6.25 of your full precognition, you state that the memorial cairn is not identified as a specific visual receptor location. Is that... We were slightly surprised by that, given its significance to the community and also its inclusion in the inventory. Was there any particular reason why it wasn't?
What we did assess was the footpath which runs from Killiecrankie to Al Clun, which passes in close proximity to the memorial cairn. and we've included a visual assessment of that. I think it's outdoor receptor 015 in the visual assessment, which is chapter 14.
Okay. And finally, the final point, 8.28 of your full precondition. Can I take it from that it would be your view that those who overlook the A9 and have a view of the old Clune Junction are those that will suffer the greatest landscape and visual impacts?
Well, I think, yes. I mean, particularly there are properties overlooking on the north side, for example, at the Clunebeg area, where there's a view down towards the junction, which is, although we've provided a good deal of mitigation planting at the junction, we have to acknowledge that there'll still be significant visual impacts in that location. In terms of landscape impacts, it's less about impacts on the specific receptor locations as the landscape as a resource.
The general,
so,
because
but it's in
junction
Clune.
is a big...
Yes, it's in that location, and so if you like, there's a bit of an overlap because they're seeing the junction and they're seeing the landscape impacts of the junction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Mr. Bucks. Before we move on to Mr. Campbell, could you take us back to just in the question before you referenced receptor, I think 015, the footpath that runs close by Tomb Clavers. Could you take me to that and just talk me through it?
Okay. Bear with me a second. Probably the best, if we look at, first of all, environmental statement figure 14 point, right, get this right, 14.4a.
And what would the document reference for that be?
That's CD 13. And I think it would also be useful to have a copy of the landscape mitigation drawings, which are Appendix P of document TS 206. This is the refined scheme design. Disappeared. Okay. Right. Well, I suppose actually I might be able to, just looking at the mitigation figure, that we might be able to look at this. Probably best if shall I use the pointer on the screen, or?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'll try to follow that. to go close. Right, if I can work it.
Okay, so the footpath you refer to O15 is from this point along to there to the Altgurnig Road, and keeps going through there. It's shown in a bit more detail on the landscape, the visual impact drawing. So that, yeah, it meets the road there, and the Tomb Clavers is, let me get this right, I believe we get this in this location in here. And so the footpath runs along there. We've looked at the footpath as a sort of continuous route and the visual impacts from different locations. Specifically, the section at Tomb Clavers, there's a belt of existing woodland there, and if you look at the orange hatched area, that's although that's within the compulsory purchase order, that's woodland to be retained for, I think it's bat, and I'm not sure, I can't read but it's to be retained for ecological mitigation purposes, bat and squirrel. And then the woodland extends on this side as well. So the closest section, so the path is, you get this right along here. So that is providing screening. There's also a bit of topography in there. It's not just flat looking through those trees. So the road is quite well screened from that location. So obviously the footpath moves to different locations. So for example, it goes along here, and then it's diverted along the toe of the slope in this location near Urad Steadings, which are down here. This is planting proposed as ecological mitigation for AWI compensation.
That planting is still proposed. Am I wrong in thinking some planting round there was later?
This is still proposed, to my knowledge. It's actually planting further over here, which is actually being moved to an area to the further north.
I don't understand that answer. You said it's actually planting that's been moved.
Well, there was a proposal for AWI replacement woodland in field F9, and that, which is actually here. So that was in the stage 3 design that was planted up, and now that's now moved to an area north of Brewer, and its intent wasn't landscape and visual mitigation in the first place. It was for ecological mitigation. So it didn't increase landscape and visual impacts by taking it away. In fact, we could argue that there are benefits of keeping that area open as it is at the moment. So the path continues along the toe of the slope there, and there's mixed woodland planting on the embankment to provide screening. And then behind Urad Estate, Urad House and walled garden, and then continues along here. It's a fairly informal, sort of rough path. Doesn't have any. I don't believe it's surfaced. It's a sort of grass path, particularly when you're at the back of Urad House. It's not that obvious. Yeah, it's a sort of swathe that you can walk along in that location. And then past the house, this is where the proposed 1.6 metre high stone wall is. So it continues along here, and then through this gap, and this is the belt of trees that I think there was some discussion yesterday with regard to Mr. Dempsey's evidence about where different bits of the battlefield and the belt of existing trees. So this, the path runs along this edge of the trees. So it, although the edge of that, the northern part of that belt is being removed as part of the design, in the refined design, this is retained. A stretch of that is retained, so that provides protection in terms of visual impacts from the path. And then moving...
Yeah, that's fine. I was interested in the area around Toomclave.
Okay, sorry.
Just one final question on that. Any visualisations for round about the memorial?
Well, there are visualisations that were prepared for Historic Environment Scotland, I believe. I wouldn't.
Before me.
Pardon?
Are they lodged?
Yeah, I think they're certainly they're in the. I'm not sure of the exact document reference, but
appendices H and K of TS 206.
Perfect. Thanks for that. Mr. Campbell, do you have much for this witness? I'm thinking it's time for a break.
Well, if you're thinking of a break, I could possibly...
Okay, let's have a break then and start again at 11:10. This examination of Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you very much. I think it would be helpful if I could have that drawing back up on that one here, just to illustrate a couple of points. As you know, my concern in this examination is limited, Mr. Lancaster. I'd like you to look at 613 and following in your principal recognition, please. And here you deal with visual impacts on residential properties within our estate, expressing or accurately expressing the concern of the proprietors in 613, and that's a concern about increased visibility from the works. You agree that was a reasonable concern, at least at one stage?
Yes, it would be obviously a concern to be considered.
The 1.6 metre natural stone wall, as it's called, although we know it's got a concrete core, or would have a concrete core, stops at a point. I think it's at 2370, change 23. Keep looking at Mr. Milne for guidance. Are you looking at the screen?
Yes, I can.
Well, you're looking at
I
the
can
screen,
see
sorry.
it's the orange and white dashed
right.
line.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's broadly in line with the left hand, the westmost wall of the walled garden, isn't it?
Yes.
In terms of improving screening of the traffic, is it reasonable to suggest that it should be extended to the west at all?
Well, I don't think. I think first of all, looking at views from the house, which you can see just to the south of that, and the walled garden. There's a significant amount of planting within the existing woodland within the walled garden and to the west of the walled garden.
I can see that.
Yes,
Have you addressed in any of your evidence the age of that planting as it stands, and ultimately the need for it to be thinned and or felled?
We've certainly looked at the planting and considered it. We haven't done a detailed arboricultural assessment of the trees within the property, but based on visual inspection, it doesn't appear to be planting that's suddenly going to require to be felled wholesale. Whether or not there might be some management works to that, another matter. That's a reasonable possibility.
I wasn't suggesting it was a sudden requirement. Of course, sudden in the context of building a trunk road probably has a different meaning from normal English. Are you able to share with us what your broad conclusions were about the condition of the planting both in the walled garden and to the west of it, as a screening agent, if I may use that term, for the use of the house?
Well, looking at it at present, it's quite dense. There's a dense belt.
I know what it's like.
Conifer planting.
My question was
the condition.
Condition.
Well,
and long-term prognosis.
Allow me. There's a mixture of dense conifers along the boundary, and then there's some older deciduous planting. I think one can see from looking at older historic images. Certainly, it looks to be of a similar age to the road itself was planted. It looks to have been planted in the 80s when the road was first built. So was that between something 35 years, something like that, in age, which is not excessively old.
What does that tell us, if anything, about any informed prognosis for the need to thin it or fell it?
As I said, we haven't done an assessment.
No, but you've told us you're an experienced landscape architect.
Yes.
You must have an idea.
Well, I would say that I don't believe there's a necessity to fell it. It looks to me that thinning would have been more beneficial earlier when the trees were smaller and less knitted together on the boundary. If you were to thin now, you would tend to open up gaps which might not fill out so well because of the way the planting is. There's a reasonable density.
Are you able to express that really wasn't quite an answer to my question, with respect? Are you able to help me to understand within what sort of time frame it will be necessary to thin out and or fell the trees in the walled garden or those immediately to the west? Obviously, underplanting can be carried out at any time. However, a tree has a limited life. What's your expectation?
Well, I certainly don't see why there's an urgent requirement for felling, or there may be thinning. As I say, I haven't been and done an arboricultural assessment, so I can't comment on individual trees within the block. But I would say that those trees should certainly be could be kept in situ, the majority of it, for 15 years, until the summer 15 years after, when the other planting behind has become more established. But I'm not going to, I can't give you a date of when
Nobody's
it's
life
going to be
depends on
felled.
nobody's life depends on this question. It's all right. You're in a better position than, with respect, Mr.
Yes.
Ferry or myself, to express a professional view.
Yes, I noticed in Miss Cannon's recognition talking about, I think, thinning after 5 years, and I don't know that, I can't see, you may want to do some thinning after 5 years, but I wouldn't have thought you would thin to the extent that you're opening up the views to the road significantly.
Let's look at something else, can we? In paragraph 616, you begin by saying the scheme would increase potential visibility of the steadings from the A9. However, as can be seen from the cross-section, visibility from cars, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Now, with respect, Mr. Lancaster, isn't that the wrong way about? It's not visibility of the steadings from the A9 that we need to be concerned about. its visibility of the A9 from the steadings?
The reason I stated that was purely because in the objection there was reference to views to and from the A9, so I wished to address that as best I could. My assessment has been of views from the steadings to the road. I'm merely trying to be helpful in responding to that particular point of the objection.
The two things are not congruent, are they? They're in a way mutually inconsistent, because the important question is the view and the protection of the residents of the steadings. I would suggest it's less important to screen the view from the road of the houses, because after all, people are driving somewhere. There's no obvious stopping place, and therefore at best they're going to get a glimpse.
Yes, well, I think I'm trying to explain in my evidence that the views from vehicles would be, as you say, it would just be a glimpse, and by the time, I think, for southbound vehicles, the embankment would screen the view of the steadings, and it was merely because you were, it appeared to be raising a concern about views from the road to the properties that was addressed.
Well, the piece is written by a layman, so it's really your professional view. Would you agree with me that it's, over the piece, it's more important to look at the matter from the point of view of residents?
Yes, from my perspective.
Now, in the last sentence in this paragraph, you say, I don't consider that the limited visibility of the steadings from vehicles at high speed on the A9 would adversely affect their amenity. And I've read that as referring to the amenity of the vehicles. But
no,
I think I've probably misread it.
It's the amenity of the steadings in terms of, I guess, in terms of their feeling of...
Right. So I know what you're talking about then. You're talking about the resident population.
Yes, and there are many concerns they might have that people were able to overlook them from the road and observe them going about their business, which would be might be a concern.
But this is a section about visual impact, and we're talking about visual impact on the people, the receptors who live in those houses.
As I said, I was merely trying to be helpful in addressing that part of the objection.
I'm sure you were, yes, and I'm not questioning your judgment or good faith at all, but it's just so that we completely understand what you're trying to express here. Would it be fair to say that we will not see any substantial benefit for the residents of either the house or more particularly the steadings for 15 years?
Well, no, I think it's what the assessment we've undertaken looks at, first of all, construction impacts, and then the winter of the year of opening, which is, if you like, a post-construction worst case, and then summer after 15 years, when the planting would have grown to, as I say, about, estimating 6 to 8 meters, and would provide screening. But obviously, as the planting grows, it will provide more and more screening. So it's not necessarily only after the 15 years that the screening is provided. The screening will be provided, as I mentioned, particularly with the area around Urrod, the additional feathered tree planting which is 1.5 metres to 2.5 metres tall. So that's obviously going to provide earlier screening than if it was all smaller nursery stock. So it's...
Would it be fairer to say that screening and therefore benefit will be gradual over that 15 years?
Yes, it will increase over time.
Yeah. You've estimated in the top line of page 13 of the recognition a downgrading from moderate substantial to slight moderate in paragraph 622 over that period.
Yes.
Significant effect of moderate substantial during construction, obviously, and the opening years. Downgrading to slight moderate in paragraph 622.
Yes.
Right. You spent some time on the cross-section in TS427, which is a cross-section line AA. That's to say from the steadings, where's the north point? Slightly east of north, across the carriageway, and you've illustrated that high-sided vehicles are likely to continue to be visible, will continue to be visible.
Yes.
On that basis. I think cars will not. Is that right?
Yes, I think you can see that. If you look at it'd be maybe worth referring to the cross section.
Yes. The inset.
Yes, the inset.
See it very clearly.
And so you can see there's the 0.9 high, the barrier at the back of the verge there, which is the safety barrier. Mm-hmm. So that provides. It's not complete screening because it's has an open section underneath the barrier itself, but so that provides a degree of screening of the cars straight away. And then the high-sided vehicles obviously aren't screened by that barrier to the same extent.
The barrier is a continuous metal barrier, is it, of a corrugated construction?
I think the exact details of the barriers are a matter for the detailed engineering design, but yes, that's a typical type of safety
broadly,
barrier.
There's a continuous style of barrier, and then there's a style using wire rope.
I don't believe the wire rope barriers are currently used anymore because I think there were some safety concerns that you certainly, yeah.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. No further questions from me. Back to you, Mr. Milne.
I have no questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. In that case, we'll move on to hear from Dr. Palmer.
Dr. Palmer, when you're ready, could you please read out your summary recognition?
My name is Dr. David Palmer, and I have been employed as an acoustic consultant for over 15 years. I was educated at University of Glasgow, where I was awarded a Master in Science and a Doctor of Philosophy. I am a member of the Institute of Acoustics, and I have tutored for the Institute of Acoustics at the University of Strathclyde. My full details of my professional qualifications and expertise are contained within my CV. I have acted as Acoustic and Vibration Technical Director for the A9 dual Killiecrankie to Glen, Garry scheme. Scope of recognition and overview of evidence. The evidence I shall present relates to the noise and vibration assessment of the A9 dual Killiecrankie to Glen, Garry scheme, the proposed scheme, as reported in Chapter 17 of the Environmental Statement. My evidence relates to the scheme's noise and vibration assessment methodology, baseline data, construction and operational noise and vibration impacts, and mitigation measures. I also address noise and vibration related objections to the scheme as they relate to the Killiecrankie battlefield area. My evidence also discusses the noise impacts associated with the refined design and the objector proposed alternate southbound widening. Guidance. Section 3 of my full recognition provides details of the published guidance used in the assessment of the scheme's noise and vibration impacts. Assessment methodology. The scheme's noise and vibration assessment methodology is presented in Chapter 17, Volume 11 of the Environmental Statement and discussed in Section 4 of my full recognition. Noise modelling is discussed in paragraphs 4.5 through to 4.14 of my full recognition. Noise impacts were considered significant under the Environment Impact Assessment Scotland regulations, where the noise significance of impact was predicted to be slight, moderate, adverse or worse, and where the predicted absolute noise level also exceeds 59.5 dB LA10 18 hours at the ground floor level. Nighttime noise level impacts were considered to be significant where the noise significance of impact assessment predicted impacts of slight, moderate, adverse or worse, and where the predicted absolute noise level also exceeded 55 dB L night outside at the ground and or first floor level. I discussed the assessment and mitigation of construction noise and vibration impacts in Section 5 of my full recognition. Residual operational noise impacts. Residual operational noise impacts are discussed in Section 6 of my full recognition. Construction impacts. Construction noise impacts and mitigation are discussed in Section 7 of my full recognition. Through the adoption of appropriate construction noise mitigation measures, see Chapter 21 of the Environmental Statement, it is anticipated that any potential significant adverse impacts associated with the construction and of the proposed scheme are unlikely to arise at noise-sensitive receptors, including tomb clavers within the battlefield area, and moreover, any that may arise will be short-term. Assessment of the refined design. The DMRB Stage 3 design has been refined, hereafter the refined design, to minimise the footprint of the scheme within the battlefield. A small number of residents would prefer the existing A9 to be widened on the southbound side within the proximity to Killiecrankie as opposed to the northbound side. The assessment of impacts relating to the refined and southbound designs is presented in the objector report. Refined design noise impacts. The refined design noise impacts are presented in paragraphs 8.4.48 through to 8.4.51 of the objector report. Appendix I of the objector report shows that the refined design does not result in increased residual significance of noise impacts at noise-sensitive receptors when compared with the DMRB Stage 3 design. The refined design includes 2 natural stone walls, and here I need to correct the reference. It should read see paragraph 8.2.12, not 7.2.8. These walls are required to prevent increases in the significance of residual noise impacts at noise-sensitive receptors when compared with the DMRB Stage 3 scheme design. Assessment of the southbound design. The comparative noise and vibration impacts, southbound design versus refined northbound design, are summarised in, and here I need to correct the reference, it is Annex C, paragraphs 1.1.85 through to 1.1.85. That can't be correct. I shall...
Yeah, I was busy noting the first one, so I've not noted that second one at all. More important for me to have the correct references in the full recognition than the summary, so perhaps those could be checked and we could be advised.
The recognition ones have been checked and they are correct.
They are okay, so it's just the summary.
It's just the summary is incorrect.
Okay.
In summary, differences between the refined design and southbound designs are not sufficient to be a differentiator with respect to noise and vibration impacts. Responses to objections. Blair Athol Area Tourism Association, BAATA. In their correspondence dated the 26th of November 2018, the BAATA state, "We fail to be convinced that the new plan will not result in further increase in noise levels in the vicinity of the Killiecrankie village and the NTS Visitor Centre." In summary, the residual noise impacts in the vicinity of the Killiecrankie village and the NTS Visitor Centre are not significant as defined in paragraph 4.3 above. Objection for Mr. D. Price, House of Urad. Section 9.4 of my full recognition presents my responses to Mr. Price's scheme-related noise objections. This objection's initial battlefield objection relates to Type A modified lay-by noise. In response, noise impacts due to the lawful use of lay-bys is a statutory noise nuisance issue which will be dealt by the local authority and is covered by the Environmental Protection Act 1990 and the Noise Statutory Nuisance Act of 1993. Noise associated with vehicles entering and exiting lay-bys has been assessed in accordance with DMRB HD 213/11. Paragraph A5.23. That is, the summation of noise generated by vehicles decelerating into and accelerating out of lay-bys is deemed to be equivalent to noise generated by free-flowing traffic at constant speed. Additional noise-related objector concerns relate to the residual noise impacts at Urad estate dwellings. In response, for both the refined and DMRB Stage 3 designs, predicted noise impacts are not significant as defined in paragraph 4.3 above. I have provided a response to this objector's statement of case, paragraph 3.3, repeated lay-by noise concerns in paragraph 8.2.2 and 8.2.3 above. With regards to the objector's concerns regarding potential refined design noise impacts at the Memorial Cairn, also known as Tomb Clavers, I can report that the predicted residual noise impacts are beneficial with a scheme in place. With regards to the objector's concerns regarding the potential impacts upon the setting of the walled garden at the Urad House, I can report that for the refined design in the year of opening, do minimum baseline versus do something baseline, approximately 92% of the walled garden area is predicted to have a beneficial noise impact. 3% no change and 5% is predicted to experience an adverse impact. Similar noise impacts arise in the future year scenario comparison, do minimum baseline versus do something future of the refined design. Therefore, it can be concluded that the overall noise-related setting impacts are beneficial for the walled garden with the refined design in place. A group of 16 objectors raised concerns. These objectors have raised numerous noise-related objections in their statement of case, to which I have provided a full response in section 9.5 of my full recognition. In summary, the replacement bund of the DMRB Stage 3 design is replaced with 2 natural stone walls in the refined design. It is agreed that there is a section of road in the vicinity of your Urad estate that is surfaced with a low noise road surface, LNRS. It is possible that traffic can move closer to a noise-sensitive receptor, yet result in a noise level decrease at the noise-sensitive receptor. Noise levels associated with the existing A9 relate to due minimum baseline year and due minimum future year noise levels. When compared with the DMRB Stage 3 design, the refined design does not result in greater residual significance of noise impacts at noise-sensitive receptors. See Appendix 1 of the Objector Report. These objectors also present 4 noise-related objections to the Pro scheme as follows. A. Noise model. B. Loss of acoustic barrier. C. Contractor's responsibilities. D. Memorial cairn. With regards to the noise models, I acknowledge that the environmental statement does state a difference of less than approximately 2 dB in noise level between measured and model predicted noise level is a reasonably good correlation. The 2 dB quoted in the ES is a typographic error and should instead be 3 dB. Noise levels have been satisfactorily validated. With regards to the noise of the acoustic barrier, the level of noise reduction offered by the existing A9 bund is not of paramount importance. Instead, what is of concern is the predicted noise levels at noise-sensitive receptors, as this determines whether the resultant noise impacts are significant or not, as defined in paragraph 4.3 above. If resultant noise-sensitive receptor noise impacts are found to be significant, the replacement bund or natural stone walls would be modified, or alternatively, additional site-specific noise mitigation specified such that residual noise impacts are not significant. The objectors' concerns regarding the construction's responsibilities are discussed in paragraphs 9.5.26 through to 9.5.30 of my full recognition. The objectors raised multiple concerns regarding memorial care noise impacts, to which I have provided detailed responses in paragraphs 9.5.31 through to 9.5.46 of my full recognition. In summary, beneficial noise impacts are predicted to arise at the memorial cairn with a scheme in place. Although the objectors state noise impacts are not as rosy as Jacobs and Transport Scotland predict, the noise impacts assessment is robust because it has been undertaken and reported in accordance with DMRB HD 213/11 guidance, and road traffic source noise levels have been predicted in accordance with calculation of road traffic noise, supplemented with additional guidance contained in Annex 4 of DMRB. Objections relating to the Memorial Cairn tomb clavers at Killiecrankie Battlefield. Prior to the publication of statements of case, a list in Annex A of Mr. J. Dempsey's recognition, numerous objectors raised concerns regarding potential noise impacts at the Memorial Cairn. I can report that noise impacts are predicted to be beneficial at the Memorial Cairn with a scheme in place. With regards to construction noise impacts, it is anticipated that potential significant adverse impacts associated with the construction of a Pro scheme are unlikely to arise at noise-sensitive receptors, and any that do would be short-term in nature. Conclusions. The Memorial Cairn operational noise impacts are beneficial with a scheme in place. Comparing the existing A9 and refined design lay-by configurations, refined design results in beneficial noise impacts at tomb clavers. With regards to the scheme's potential construction noise impacts, it is anticipated that significant adverse noise impacts are unlikely to arise at noise-sensitive receptors, and any that do would be short-term in nature. Based on my evidence, I consider that noise and vibration impacts have been satisfactorily assessed and all objections made have been appropriately addressed. I would therefore respectfully ask the reporter to recommend to Scottish ministers that they make the orders sought.
Thank you, Dr. Palmer. Can I
a cushion or something?
I shall look over the screen. If I may take you to a number of assertions made by Ms Cannon in her recognition and invite your response, please. We've discussed over the past few days a suggestion that there is benefit in increasing the height and length of the proposed natural stone wall at Urrard. Can you please let us have your view on whether there would be a benefit of doing so in terms of the refined scheme from a noise perspective?
Clearly, if you were to increase the height and length of the proposed natural stone wall, there would be an acoustic benefit at the Stedding and Urrard House. However, in terms of acoustic impacts, there is no justification for increasing the height and length of the natural stone wall because we already comply with the significant effects criteria for those dwellings.
Can you please expand on the comment that there is no justification?
So the refined design with the natural stone walls is such that the noise impacts at Urrard Estate, if I take you to, might be easiest. I don't know what I actually said. I was thinking and I was talking, and they're not really connected. So if you said I said monitoring, then maybe I did.
I didn't hear monitoring point, Mr. Campbell. I've not noted monitoring point.
Perhaps start again.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I think the easiest thing to do. Let's go to, if you go to my recognition and go to paragraph 4.26. Yeah, 4.26. Okay. So, as I said in my summary recognition, for the purposes of the assessment and identification of site-specific noise mitigation requirements, impacts were considered significant under the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations, where the noise significance of impact was predicted to be slight, moderate, adverse, or worse, and where the predicted absolute noise level also exceeds 59.5 dB L10 18-hour at ground floor level. Nighttime noise level impacts were considered to be significant, with the noise significance of impact assessment predicted impacts of slight, moderate, adverse, or worse, and where the predicted absolute noise level also exceeds 55.0 dB L night outside at ground and or first floor level. With the natural stone wall, as it is currently configured, all of the dwellings at Urrard Estate comply with that significance criteria. Therefore, there is no need to increase the height or the extent of the barrier because they're already compliant with the noise mitigation strategy as defined in 4.26.
In paragraph 7 of Ms Cannon's recognition, she raises some amenity concerns. The second sentence of that paragraph says, "It is inevitable, therefore," referring to the proposal to bring the trunk road some significant distance closer to the houses, the noise associated with large-scale excavation and road building will be a dominant feature in the lives of all who live there. So, taking the construction phase, do you have any comment to make on whether this concern is justified?
So in terms of construction, dominance of noise due to construction at impacts on your road estate, is that what you're saying? Okay, so there's no technical definition of dominance in acoustic sense. So, but obviously we can when we listen to the character of acoustic character of an environment, some noise sources may be more dominant than others. So, although it's quite obvious that people potentially impacted upon by construction noise would be concerned about the level of noise that potentially would be generated by that activity because it's an unknown quantity and typically we think the worst. However, it's not as if the contractor can come along with any equipment and any amount of equipment and make any amount of noise that they wish to generate. There is guidance that curtails them from doing such a thing, and that guidance is contained in BS 5228. And it requires, for example, contractors to use the least beneficial, the least noisy. If they've got two pieces of plant that they can use, then they have to use best practical means in determining which plant they should use, and they should therefore use the quieter plant, for example. When it comes to the construction phase, mitigation measures will be put in place. For example, there will be a construction environmental management plan, and noise limits will need to be agreed with the local authority, and those noise limits will be based on the guidance in BS 5228. When setting those noise limits, cognizance of the existing ambient noise level will be taken into consideration. Therefore, because the existing ambient noise level is taken into consideration when setting those limits, it's unlikely that the construction noise will then become necessarily a dominant noise source within the area. Now, that doesn't mean that will be the case for the entirety of the construction phase, because, as you can imagine, different activities are taking place, and some activities are noisier than others. So there are times when the construction noise will inevitably be dominant in a particular environment when a particular noisy activity is taking place. However, as part of the mitigation measures, prior to the commencement of the construction, a liaison team is put together, and the liaison team is there to liaise with people potentially impacted upon. And so what tends to happen under these circumstances, if a particular noisy activity was to take place, and thinking of an example, for example, rock blasting, they would inform the residents that rock blasting is will take place on a particular time, on a particular day, a particular time, and will last for a number of hours or half an hour or whatever. And so that enables the residents to organise their own life around this potential noisy activity, and it doesn't actually come as a surprise or a shock when it is actually instanced. So that's a clear example of mitigation measures for construction noise well implemented. And so to sum up, I would argue that it's unlikely for the duration of the scheme that the construction noise will be dominant, but on occasions it may well become dominant, but residents will be informed beforehand.
At paragraph 9 of Ms Cannon's precognition, she refers to the pervasive staccato and many varied percussive and other sounds of road construction machinery, particularly earth movers, engines and reversing klaxons, over 2 years or more. There's quite a bit in that, but could you unpick those words and let us have your view?
Yes. So, taking the easy one first, the reversing klaxons. Okay, these days reversing klaxons aren't used. Okay, so let's assume that they could be used, but that wouldn't be best practical means in terms of mitigating noise, because there are other alternatives that can be used that aren't so audible. So adopting best practical means, the common reversing alarm that's used is a broadband sound, and that broadband sound isn't tonal. You know, it's not a narrow frequency like for example, like a fire alarm type, because that's quite tonal. It's two different tones, but it's tonal. It's a broadband noise, and a broadband noise just simply means it's using all the frequencies. Okay, so because it's a broadband noise, it's noticeable to people nearby, but it's not so intrusive as a klaxon would be. Moreover, some of the more modern reversing alarms incorporate a measurement system whereby what they're able to do is they measure the ambient noise level, and then when the reversing alarm comes on, they make that noise of the reversing broadband noise 10 dB higher than the ambient noise level. So it's a kind of like a smart one. So I agree that if klaxons were used, that could be intrusive, but because it's not best practical means to use klaxons, they won't be used on the construction site. If they were used on a construction site, you would be quite within your right to raise a complaint via the liaison channel that I've already mentioned. But if you were not satisfactorily, didn't receive a satisfactory response, then you could go and complain to the local authority, who were then duty-bound to investigate that. And they then can go to the site and they would determine whether best practical means was being used or whether an alternative piece of plant could be used instead. And they can serve them with a Section 60 notice, which can prevent them, which can stipulate an alternative plant that they must comply with. Okay, so there's lots of checks and balances in there to ensure that, you know, the constructors are using the appropriate equipment, making the least amount of noise for the task that needs to be accomplished.
And if it were to be suggested that construction noise was to be continuous over a period of 2 years, would that fear be justified?
Okay, so clearly it takes say, for example, it's 2 years to construct the scheme through the battlefield. I don't know exactly what it is, but that's what's been asserted here. So say it is 2 years, but because it's a linear construction project, it means that construction noise will not necessarily last for 2 years in the vicinity of your dwelling, or say, for example, your old house. It will complete some work at your old house. It might not complete all of the works at your old house, but it will complete some work at your old house. It may then move on to another section of the scheme and carry out some more works. So, for example, what may happen is the earthworks, the slopes may be created and graded out. It may go and do some more slope works and earthworks elsewhere, and then they'll come back and maybe do the drainage, and then at another time they'll come back and do the road servicing. So it by no means would I agree that it would last for 2 years continuously at any one location. The other thing to kind of bear in mind with the length of time over which a construction phase takes, and sometimes what happens in the liaison between the construction workers and the residents potentially impacted upon, is that what they can do, because there are, as part of the construction environmental management plan, there are, and with agreement with the local authority, the constructors are constrained in the hours that they can actually operate and generate noise. But sometimes what happens is, with agreement, is that they'll extend the working day over, rather than have a shorter day, so that they can complete the works in a shorter period of time than would otherwise be the case. But that would only be undertaken with agreement with the residents and the local authority. So if length of time was a concern, and you would rather have the shorter period of time, then that might be something that could be negotiated with the contractor and yourselves, but that would have to be agreed with both parties.
If it were to be suggested that the operational phase of the proposed scheme were to give rise to noise which was dominant, what would your response to that assertion be?
Well, I think for this it might be worth having a look at Appendix 17.2 of the environmental statement, which is CD12. CD12. Uh, 17.2, it's the baseline noise management summary report. and I think it's paragraph 8.2. Is it? Eight point two, 9.2. Can we go to I think it's paragraph 8.2.
I don't think there is a paragraph 8.2.
Is there not?
We're in 17.2.
We're in, yes. Douglas, I gave you the reference. Let's stop there. Stop there. That's it. Stop there. That's it. So it's actually 2.1.16. Sorry about that. Yeah. So this is noise monitoring undertaken at Urad House. And you can see from the photograph, you could see where the actual noise monitor was located. Anyway, in 2.1.16, it states that the noise climate comprised predominantly of birdsong and A9 traffic. The traffic noise from the A9 was perceived as a hum due to the distance to the road. However, HDVs could occasionally be distinguished, and it goes on to explain other noise sources. Can you now then move on to, I think it's the next page, there's two tables. And now I want the table below that. This table here, that table 9. So the noise monitoring is actually undertaken over an extended period of time, and that's supplemented with short-term and unmanned, and that's supplemented with manned short-term measurements. And you can see that the site was visited on 4 additional occasions. And if we look at the first row in the comment section and look at the third line down, it states that noise climate primarily dominated by road traffic noise. But when traffic flow is low, birdsong is the dominant noise source. And then if we go to the next row and look at the last line, the noise climate dominated by road traffic noise, birdsong and wind in vegetation. And then if we go to the third row, and again the last line, noise climate dominated by road traffic noise, birdsong and winded vegetation. And finally, if we look at if we go to the 4th row and the third line down, it says the noise climate dominated by road traffic noise and birdsong. So I think from that we can take out that the existing acoustic environment in the vicinity of Urad House and the steadings is already dominated by road traffic noise.
So having said that, can you help us understand the change which would be introduced by the refined scheme?
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but if we're moving on to operational noise impacts, in paragraph 9 of Ms Cannon's report, in addition to the klaxon noises, which you covered admirably, there were also mentions of the staccato and percussive sounds.
Okay, so staccato and percussive, normally they're kind of associated with percussive is like a piling event where you've got a hammer dropping down to create piling. That's the worst case kind of percussiveness, because we've moved on from that. I tend not to drop big lumps of metal onto another big lumps of metal to knock these things into the ground. They use kind of like vibratory things to do it, and so they're significantly quieter. So that's another instance of best practical means that suggest that these staccato and banging noises, where appropriate, would be mitigated by adopting best practical means using their quietest equipment to achieve the task in hand.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, sir. Operational impacts of the refined scheme. You've talked us through Table 9 and noise measurements at
Yes.
House of Arard, and I was asking from an operational perspective what change would
Indeed.
be introduced through
So-
the refined scheme.
So we've already established that the existing environment, acoustic environment at Arard Estate, is dominated by road traffic noise. So when the scheme is introduced, the noise impact assessment indicates that for all of the dwellings at Arard House, except for 2 in the year of opening, are predicted to have noise level increases that are imperceptible. So if the noise change is such that it's imperceptible, then it won't be any change from the level of dominance that already exists. However, for 2 locations, one of them being one of the steadings and the other one Arard House, there's the noise level increase is 1 dB for the steading and 1.1 dB for Arard House at the least beneficial facade. Okay, so this is the worst impact that's occurring at these properties. And in accordance with DMRB, 1 dB noise level change in the short term is the level of that just perceptible change in noise level. So being it's only just perceptible change in noise level, it's unlikely that it's going to go from being dominant now to being kind of severely dominant or majorly dominant when you can only just perceive that minor change in noise level. Therefore, I would, in conclusion, suggest that the noise climate and the dominant noise at Arard House would similarly be the road traffic noise, but materially there wouldn't really be any difference between the 2.
Now, Ms Cannon, at paragraph 8 of her recognition, says there is no need to instance the types of noise. At present, Arard is not a particularly quiet place because the hum of background traffic is usually present, but it is in no sense disturbing to amenity. Do you have any comment to make in response to that in connection with the introduction of the proposed scheme, the refined scheme?
In a sense, I'm kind of refer back to the answer I gave previously, which is basically they're already stating that in no sense is the traffic noise disturbing. In no sense is it disturbing to amenity. So if you can't perceive the noise level change, which is for the majority of the properties, it will remain at no sense disturbing to amenity. And for those where there's a 1.1 or a 1 dB increase, it's very, very unlikely that it will go from in no sense disturbing to amenity to suddenly becoming disturbing to amenity, because it's only at the cusp of perception.
Turning now to the alternative scheme worked up by the promoter. Can you assist us, please, with understanding the difference between the alternative scheme and the refined design in terms of noise at the properties at Urard?
Indeed, I can. It's acknowledged that there is, in terms of noise, it is beneficial for those properties in Urard Estate if a southbound widening was to occur rather than a northbound widening was to occur. That's not disputed. However, the level, the actual reduction in noise level when compared with the refined design is such that the significance of impacts at both the refined design and the alternate southbound widening design are imperceptible for both the refined design and the southbound widening for all dwellings except for the two properties I've already mentioned, one of the Steadings and Urard House, where there's a 1 dB increase and a 1.1 dB increase respectively. So in that respect, because the majority of the noise level changes, either for the refined design or the southbound design, are imperceptible changes, except for the two I've already mentioned, Urard Estate and one of the Steadings, then you cannot differentiate really in terms of benefits in regards to noise for a southbound widening or a northbound widening.
Hopefully, my final question, Dr. Palmer, in terms of the alternative scheme, could there be any noise implications associated with the rock cuttings that we've been hearing about over the past couple of days?
Yes, indeed. We were previously talking about construction noise and the potential impacts of construction noise on Urard Estate. And it's likely that even with best practical means adopted, that the southbound widening construction phase will generate considerably more noise at times than would be the case for the northbound widening, simply because there needs to be the removal of rock to create the to enable the passage of the southbound carriageway through the battlefield in certain places. Now, that means that it could be a combination of drilling and blasting, or drilling and a pecker being used. So all of these are inherently noisy activities. So you could argue that the construction of the southbound design is likely to produce greater construction noise impacts than the northbound widening construction noise.
Thank you very much, Dr. Palmer. I have no further questions at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Mr. Bax.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. You will have to bear with me, I think, because unfortunately my physics stopped at O-level, and we have had some difficulty comprehending quite a few of these concepts. But am I right in thinking that the hurdle that you set at 4.3 on summary precognition about noise impacts is quite a high hurdle, because you've got to have a significance of impact predicted to be slight, moderate, adverse or worse, and where the predicted absolute noise level exceeds 59.5 decibels. I would just suggest that's quite a high hurdle. Again, as I understand it, the decibel is not a linear measurement, so you can, whereas have 1 decibel change is not perceptible, 3 and above would be, and then at 10, a 10 increase is actually a doubling of the perceptible noise difference. So am I right in that suggestion that the difference between 1 and 10 decibel change is very significant?
I would agree that a 10 dB increase in noise level perception it's doubled or halved.
Double or half, yes. So you could get a situation where the existing noise level went from 49 decibels to 59 decibels, which would be a doubling of the perceptible noise difference, and yet it would be under your threshold because it didn't exceed the 59.5 decibels. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We understand that the WHO guidelines have changed that level from 59.5 to 55 decibels. Is that also correct?
No.
What is the level they now recommend?
It's very difficult for you to take WHO 2018 and apply that directly to anything that we are using here, simply because the primary, what we're discussing here is with regards to the daytime mitigation. The noise metric for the daytime in WHO 2018 is different from the noise metric used for the road traffic noise indices that we use in our assessment. We're using an L10 18 hour, and the WHO guidelines is using an LDEN, which is a very strange beast. So you can't simply take the noise level dB 53 or 55 dB or whatever the WHO 2018 is stating and apply that directly to the 59.5 dB L10 18 hour, because you're effectively comparing apples and pears because they're different noise metrics. There's no one-to-one correlation. There are methods that you can convert the LDEN noise metric to an L10 18 hour, but you can't just say that one says 53 and therefore you can compare it directly and you get the correct answer. That would be incorrect.
Understood. Would you say, though, that the new guidelines impose a slightly higher hurdle, if you like, or a lower hurdle in this case, to the noise assessment evaluations?
They may do. They may do. But it's not. Yes, the level may not be. It's not identical to 59.5 10 dBl 10 18 hours. It is lower, depending on whether you accept that as being the norm for anything that you would want to bring into policy or guidance in the UK, because currently it isn't. So it's not really appropriate at this stage to compare the two.
Understood, I think. The noise statistics are quite difficult to understand, perhaps at the best of times, but looking at your full precognition, 4.18 and 4.19, you're talking here about do minimum baseline and do minimum future. And as I understand it, your assumption is that at the moment the road surfacing is impervious bitumen, or HRA. Yeah. But in the do minimum future years, you've assumed the use of low noise road surfacing.
That's correct.
Even without the scheme.
Yeah. So Transport Scotland we've informed that if the scheme wasn't to go ahead, the road surface would be replaced by 2041.
2041.
Which is the future year.
Right. I see. But it would be done progressively, presumably.
It would be done progressively. As the surface deteriorates and it needs replacing anyway, they would. It's almost become standard now to put down a low noise road surface.
Right. What difference does that make? Is there a standard differential that you use when the LNRS replaces HRA?
So there is guidance in DMRB with regards to. In fact, that's very good. I've got it right in front of me. Right? Paragraph A4.26 of CD 401.27. In fact, we don't even go there because it's there. 4.16 of my precognition. All I'm saying is what I've actually just copied what's in DMRB.
4.16 of your full precognition.
Yeah, my full precognition. Okay. So it says a little way down here, it's saying where an existing surface is to be replaced with a thin surface system, i.e. a low noise road surface, a minus 3.5 dBA correction should be assumed for the thin surface system. And if we go to the very last sentence, if there is no this for an existing low noise road surface, if there is no information available, a minus 2.5 dB surface correction should be used for an existing low surface in the baseline year. So, yes, there is guidance on what you should assume for the reduction of using that low noise road surface in the future year, which we've done.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. Can I turn to the statistics on Table 3 of Appendix 1 of the development of the scheme report, TS 206 Appendix 1. Table 3, sorry. Page 43, the PDF. I just had a couple of questions on to understand this table. It's quite complicated. It compares receptors that are predicted to have a different noise level in the ES and the refined design. That's correct, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. What I didn't understand was the difference in numbers given under the mitigation cover and the unmitigated. What did mitigation cover refer to in this table?
So when we're undertaking an assessment, we assess the different scenarios that determine what the impacts are, and that would be the unmitigated scenarios. And then based on that, we will then look to see where mitigation should be applied, if appropriate, in accordance with the criteria already stated, what we've discussed earlier in 4.26 of my recognition. And then we run our noise models with any mitigation that is incorporated into the scheme to determine what the residual noise impacts are. So the residual noise impacts are the noise impacts that occur after mitigation, and prior to that, they're not residual noise impacts. So we do have mitigation in the scheme, so there is a difference between the two in terms of their predicted noise levels, but obviously only where the mitigation has been applied.
At certain receptors, it wouldn't
at certain receptors.
Right. Apologies for maybe going back over old ground, but what sort of mitigation measures are you talking about? This is just for example, the stone wall, or is it more?
No. So, okay. So the stone wall, the two stone walls aren't noise mitigation per se. The only reason that we have the two stone walls is because when we looked at the refined design to see what the noise impacts were, a decision was made that we would want to achieve noise impacts that were no worse than the environmental statement. So when we ran the refined design model, which would be the unmitigated model, we found that at certain locations, the significance of impact was worse than the significance of impact as reported in the environmental statement. We then added the two dry stone walls in, so that the residual noise impacts, or the noise impacts associated with the refined design, were consistent, were no greater than the environmental statement. Now, if we never had the DMRB Stage 3 design, and we had gone straight to the refined design, i.e. bypassing the DMRB Stage 3 design as previously, and done environmental statement based on a refined design only for noise, then those two natural stone walls would not be required. There's no justification for those dry stone walls in terms of significance of impacts. It's only to be consistent with the significance of impacts that are stated in the environmental statement.
That would be because it wouldn't have crossed the threshold you gave on 4.3 in your summary precognition, i.e.
It's because it wouldn't. It's because those none of those properties would meet with the significance criteria as set out in 4.26, in paragraph 4.26.
4.26 of your full precognition.
Of the full precognition.
Yes. Apologies. Sorry, I just, not to labour the point, but just if you could look at the first line there, Preceptor RS 0001,
Yes.
which I believe is Old Faskerley House. The long-term assessment with proposed scheme under do minimum and do something scenarios mitigated. So that means with everything in place.
Yes.
Under the ES it's 56.5, under the refined scheme it's 59.9. But that isn't significant enough to be over the threshold, is that correct?
Yep, I can see where you're going wrong. It's an obvious error. It's okay, don't worry about it. So if we look at that line and we look at the long-term assessment with proposed scheme, do minimum base and then do something future, it's 56.6 and 56.5. So with the scheme in place, it's gone down by 0.1 dB. That's on the very first line. And then we look at the refined design. The do minimum base is 60.0 and 59.9. It's gone down by 0.1 of a dB.
I see.
Because the impact is the difference between the do minimum baseline versus the do something future. Now, your next question you should be asking me is why is the do minimum baseline 56.6 for the ES and 60.0 for the future year? That's the question you're going to ask me next, yeah? Right.
You're
That's
correct.
because when we're reporting the impacts, we have to report the least beneficial impact. Okay? So when we had the ES design, the least beneficial impact occurred at the facade with the noise level was 56.6 dB. But because the design has changed, with the refined design has changed, the noise is not necessarily coming from the same directions because you've got a wall there where you didn't have a wall before, etc., etc. So the do minimum baseline noise level is in a different facade or a different location around the facade, so it's a different level. But the difference between both instances, the difference between the do minimum baseline and do something future is only 0.1 dB. It's just at a different location around the building.
Okay.
Understood. Thank you very much for clarifying that. It's been a source of some considerable confusion.
I'm glad I was able to help.
Just one more, if you perhaps bear with me, just one more question on that table. If we move to the receptor RV082, This is page 49 of the PDF. And I believe RV82 has let up farmhouse. And we see some really dramatic differences between the ES and the refined scheme. I just wondered if you could clarify the reasons for that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, this is just a repeat of what we've already discussed. Okay, so in the discrepancy, if I just make sure that I understand what concern you have here, you're saying there's a big difference between 55.8 and 36.3. Mm-hmm. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Excellent. So, so for the ES, this is the same thing we were just discussing. The least beneficial noise impact occurred where the noise level was 55.8 dB, but whereas the least beneficial impact occurred for the refined design at the facade where the noise level is 36.3 dB. So, for example, you could imagine the situation whereby for the ES, the noisiest facade, where the least beneficial noise impact occurred, is the facade facing the road, the existing A9. Whereas for the refined design, the least beneficial noise impact occurred at behind the building, which is sheltered from the road traffic noise, and so therefore the noise level at that location is only 36.3 because it's in their back garden rather than in the front of their house facing the road. And that's why they're different. And you're not the first person that has had this confusion, because lots of people do. They don't appreciate that DMRB states that we have to present the least beneficial noise impact. So we are effectively always looking to present the worst case. In fact, there are many. In fact, for many of these properties, there are beneficial impacts because the noise levels also reduce in some locations. But the least beneficial impact is an increase in noise level, but it only occurs, in this example, for example, at the quietest facade. So it's gone from 36.3 dB, well, it's actually gone down to 35.9 dB. But that's the least beneficial impact at that property.
Yes, I'm grasping that. But for people who are living there, you're not suggesting that they're going to get a decrease in noise levels, because it's still going to be 55 at the front of the house. It's just that where
No, I didn't say that. I'm not saying that at all.
You're not saying that?
No, no. I'm saying the environmental statement. In the environmental statement, the least beneficial impact occurred at the facade of that property where the existing noise level, or the predicted noise level just prior to the scheme opening, is 55.8 dB. Whereas for the refined design, I'm saying that the least beneficial impact occurred at a facade where the noise level was only 36.3 dB. I'm not saying anything about what the maximum noise level was at that property for either of them. In fact, that table doesn't tell us what the maximum noise level is at that property, because that's not what we're being asked to report. We're being asked to report the least beneficial impacts. You can't deduce anything about absolute noise levels from these tables.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you very much for that explanation. Still, perhaps on some technical points, but the basis for the model for the work done here is accepted modelling techniques, sound modelling techniques. Is that, I'm right in thinking that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And to test those models, you used some real scenarios to test the validity of the model in these circumstances. Is that also correct?
What we do is we compare the predicted noise levels from the model against measured noise levels. Those measured noise levels that we were discussing earlier that would derive from the baseline measurements that were undertaken at 11 properties.
Yes. I don't know whether the reporter wants to go to a particular table, but my point can perhaps be made quite simply in that the demonstration to prove that the model was reliable did contain a typo, which you acknowledged in your full precognition 9516, where I think in the original document you said a 2 decibel correlation would prove the correlation, but you've subsequently recognised that as a typo and moved that to 3 decibels.
I have.
Yeah. We consistently asked Jacobs about this because it was apparent to us that there were a number of the receptor points which were without the 2 decibel. But it took a long time for this to be recognised as a typo. I wonder if at any point they had asked you about this table, whether it contained a typo or not.
Sorry, who they? I don't really understand the question.
Well, it caused us a lot of confusion because to us it looked like proof that there was no satisfactory correlation in your model, because most of the receptor points showed a difference of more than 2 decibels. But when you change it to 3 decibels, then obviously it becomes more acceptable, and therefore does more to prove that the modelling is correct and consistent.
Okay, so I don't.
But it took a long. We asked several times for an explanation about this, but we were only referred back to your comment about the predicted and measured noise levels. I just wanted to understand why it took so long for us to be corrected and for you or for Jacobs to recognise that this was a typo.
Okay. I can't say why the time scale was what it was. All I know is that the objections come in, they get sifted and sorted, and then they're passed on to us to do what we do, and then we respond to those objections. We send them back. They get all the different objections from the different disciplines, get collated, it gets reviewed, etc., and then they get sent to returned to the objectors. I have no control over that timescale. All I can do is respond to them when I receive them and send that response back.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to criticise you. I was just perhaps trying to make clear to the reporter that this did cause us a lot of confusion. And I think if we'd known that there was a typographical area earlier, it would have been quite helpful to our understanding of what the problem was.
I can appreciate that.
Turning to the vexed question of laybys, you say that noise associated with laybys is out with the scope of the DMRB assessments, and therefore the stats that appear in the ES and that's in your full precognition 941. Could you expand on that a little bit? I mean, as I understand it, what I think the objectors are concerned about with laybys and noise is the impact of acceleration and deceleration, particularly with heavy goods vehicles. Now, my understanding of what you're saying here is that you're excluding that from your assessments because, as far as you're concerned, it doesn't affect the steady state noise assessments. Is that correct?
No. Well, it's kind of, almost. Okay, so the first part is the use of the laybys in and of themselves. So not including people accelerating and decelerating in, but people actually using the lay-by when they park their car or their lorry and whatever they do there. That's not part of what we do in this. This is not part of a DMRB assessment. That's why it's a local authority issue and it's covered by Statutory Noise Nuisance and Environmental Protection Act, etc. Okay, so that's that bit, the actual somebody having a picnic in there or whatever they're doing, right? That's not anything to do with us, what we do. That's a local authority issue. If you have issues where people, what you think not using the laybys as they should be used, you should complain to the local authority. The local authority are duty bound to investigate. So, but with regards to acceleration and deceleration, accelerating out of and decelerating into laybys, the guidance suggests, and if you look at DMRB paragraph 8.5.23, and if this is in 9.4.2 of my precognition, which is just a wee bit down from what we're looking at the moment. Speed and so what DMRB advises in 9.4.2, sorry, what DMRB advises in paragraph A5.23 of HD 213/11 is that speed variations at junctions should generally be ignored in assessing noise nuisance, as there's a trade-off between the effects of reducing speed and the additional engine noise generated by deceleration and acceleration. So, I know it's not a junction, it's a lay-by, but the driving characteristics are similar. Somebody's decelerating in, and when they decelerate, they tend to make less noise because the foot is off the gas and they're slowing down. Whereas when they're accelerating, they're creating obviously more noise than when they're decelerating, because there's the noise of the engine, which is dominating the noise as they start to accelerate. But in the round, on average, it's the increased acceleration noise is offset by the decreased deceleration noise. If you assume that the vehicles are driving at constant speed, so they never slow down in the first place. So because all the vehicles that we're modelling in our model are assumed to be driving at constant speed, whether they decide to continue to drive at constant speed or decelerate into the lay-by and then accelerate out, it's the same. Okay, in terms of the noise generated. So, in essence, we have modelled traffic, any potential traffic wanting to go into that lay-by, decelerating and accelerating out in our model, because we've assumed that they're all travelling at the same speed, constant speed, through that passageway that goes through. So it's not that we haven't ignored it. You could argue, however, that maybe the lay-by is a wee bit closer to your property than the road, but the relative change in that distance between the road, the lay-by, and your residence, or a residence, is in the order of 150 metres compared with 1 or 2 metres. So therefore, it makes no difference.
understood up to a point. But I think the key, perhaps, to understanding that is in your use of the words on average, because the concern about lay-by noise caused by heavy lorries is perhaps more of an intermittent problem. When heavy lorries decelerate into a junction or a lay-by, actually the engine noise tends to go up because they're changing down in the gears, and that sort of noise, which is can be a problem for those people who live close to lay-bys and junctions, for that matter, and that's it's something which is at that particular time and will cause a nuisance, which you wouldn't get for a steady stream of traffic, even at HDBs travelling at the same speed. So I'm trying to understand how, notwithstanding the model, how your opinion would be about that noise nuisance caused by laybys.
Okay. I would argue that okay, so that's an occasional event that's going to happen, going in and out of. So we've cut. I agree that sometimes you get more aggressive drivers than others, and some will. It's pedal to the metal. I'm off down the road, changing gear as fast as they can, and others, they'll just take their time and go out. That's exactly the same as people using the road today normally, is that some of them drive really aggressively and really fast. Some of them are going along the road as they exist now, and they're trying to overtake on a single traffic road. They want to do it as fast as they can, so they accelerate as fast as they can to get past that vehicle and back into the stream of traffic. We don't mitigate for those people. We're not mitigating for that person that drives aggressively down the road. We're not mitigating for the Ferrari that's going down the road, roaring down, doing as fast as they can, making as much noise as they can. We're mitigating for the average vehicle using the road. We're doing for the Ford Fiestas, the Ford Mondeos, not the aggressive driver, not the Ferrari. So it would be inappropriate to mitigate or try and mitigate noise that's on an occasional basis because somebody drives aggressively in a particular area. That would be over-engineering the problem. We accept it that somebody's going to do that, but it's only once in a while that that's happening, once a day or twice a day or whatever. And that's that. So what I'm arguing is that most people, I would suggest, would use the lay-by decelerating and accelerating out in an appropriate manner, but I agree that on occasion some won't, but we would not mitigate for those people that don't.
Yes, I can understand the point you're making about drivers. My point was a bit more mundane in that lorries do have that particular, heavy lorries in particular. It's not so much aggressive driving, it's just the nature of if they're carrying heavy loads, that's what happens. And it's quite noticeable, particularly at night, for the existing laybys on that particular stretch, that you get this intrusive noise more from lorries actually decelerating than perhaps even accelerating.
So, but I would also add, for example, the existing lay-by in the battlefield, the existing lay-by in the battlefield is there, and the ones that we're proposing to introduce into the battlefield, they have natural stone walls. Either the one on the northbound side is adjacent to that lay-by, and the one further north is opposite the southbound lay-by. So even if when they're coming into the lay-by themselves, or in that lay-by, and they're doing that last bit of deceleration into it as they're moving along. As they've gone into the lay-by, they're slowing down in the lay-by to come to a stop, where they might be braking or using their gears to do so, or accelerating out of. There is a dry stone wall there that will mitigate that noise. And that applies for both of them in the battlefield.
That may be convenient to look at this stone wall and the replacement as a replacement for both the existing bund which is there and also the proposed bund in DMRB Stage 3. Now, we were told quite consistently that the noise properties of stone walls are not the same, that the earth would absorb noise, whereas stone walls reflect them effectively, or deflect them, deflect noise. Is that your Okay. It's not a technical phrase, I realise, but do you understand?
I understand exactly what you're saying, so that's okay. So there is a difference between a bund, an earth bund, and a dry stone wall, or a natural stone wall, or a close-bordered timbered fence. And the difference is in this absorption reflection bit, okay? Although, okay, let's do the absorption bit. The bund has grass over it, so as the sound goes over that bund, the sound that's facing away from the noise source here, this is better. Imagine this is the bund here. You need your mic. Yep. So imagine this is the bund here, and the noise source over there. The sound is coming towards the bund, and some of it's going to go over the top of the bund, and some of it will diffract over the bund. And its potential is for it to be reflected back. But what's happened was, because this is all nice and grass and stuff, most of that sound is absorbed, not reflected. Let's take the bund out, going out over the top here, and stick the wall in instead. And stick the wall in exactly at the apex of the bund, because they'll have the same insertion loss as the bund for the people on this side, of the receptors on this side. Okay. What will happen is the sound will come in, and again it will diffract over the top of there. That becomes a diffraction edge. And this time, if it's just a plain old close-bordered timbered fence, for example, or a flat concrete wall, the sound would hit this and reflect back towards the source. So the problem then arises if you have properties on the other side of the road, for example. They would experience an increase in noise level. So you don't have the space to put the bund in, for example. It might be a constraint. But so what you're constrained, and you have to put a wall in instead. So you put the wall in instead, and what you can do is you can put absorbing material on the front, which would have the same effect as the bund in absorbing the sound instead of reflecting it. When we've modelled dry stone wall, now the difference between the dry stone wall and a straight concrete wall is the concrete wall is flat, okay? And so when it reflects the sound, it reflects it kind of back. Whereas if you put a natural stone wall in there instead, and it's got holes and it's got rough bits and it's not uniform, what then happens is, instead of it all being reflected back, some of it goes into the wee little holes and gets absorbed and gets reflected inside the wheel holes, and it gets absorbed in. And the other stuff, instead of it being reflected and going straight back, it gets reflected and it bounces up there, or it bounces down there. So the reflection from a natural stone wall is significantly less than a concrete wall, but it's probably not as good as the grass bund. But if your residents, if you are concerned about the bund being removed and being replaced by the wall, and you're living on the south side of it, in Urad Estate, for example, in those areas, and in Killiecrankie village and stuff like that, the fact that you've changed it to an observant from a bund to even a concrete wall, or any wall just to stop the sound going over, this becoming a diffraction edge, doesn't affect you. The fact that it's not absorbent to the people the other side from the source to the barrier makes no difference to them. It's only for the concern over the people on the other side. That's why when we do our models, we put a coefficient in there, absorption coefficient for the wall, and we make sure that we put in this wall in to protect these people this side. We have to make sure that we don't create a problem on the other side, and we do that check. Okay?
Yes, thank you very much. That's
would that be an appropriate time to take a lunch break, Mr. Bax? Do you have just a little more?
I just have one quick follow-up question, and then I'm pretty much done.
Perfect.
So maybe it'd be better to just do that now.
Perfect. Yep.
I understand that very good explanation. Thank you very much, Dr. Palmer. Just one point on it, though. You talk about the properties on the other side of the wall being protected. I can understand that. At what point further away from that does the impact of the protection disappear?
Okay, so I kind of recall that people were asking, what's the effect of the bund and removing the bund at different receptor locations? How much? I think that the words were something like, how much reduction does the bund give? I thought I was using it. Sorry.
Yeah, you need to get a bit closer.
So there is no one number, okay, for the insertion loss of a bund or a wall, because it depends. I'll stand up because it's much easier to illustrate it, right? Okay, so you've got a source. Say that square there is the source of sound. That's there, and that's fixed. And this thing is fixed, right? If I am the receiver, I want to be as close to that wall as I possibly can, because that's where the wall is given the most insertion loss, the greatest reduction. And as you get further and further away from that barrier, the insertion loss of that barrier decreases as you move further and further away. So if, for example, you were designing something and you had your house over here by this wall, and you had the source where that square is there, and you put your barrier there, that would be the worst place to put it, because it has the least effect. You spent all that money, and it's not doing very much. The best place you can put this is either by that square or by your property receptor here. So when we're doing the scheme, we've got the two natural stone walls there. They're in the best place that they could possibly be, because they're as close as the source as they can be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, do you have more questions once we return for this one?
I suspect not, but could I just consult?
I can check with you after lunch.
After lunch,
okay.
Yes.
Let's take lunch then, and we'll start again at 2:10. Mr. Bax, do you have anything further for Dr. Palmer?
No, I've exhausted my technical abilities on the noise subject, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Mr. Campbell.
Dr. Palmer, good afternoon. I'll try and demonstrate that I have even less technical ability than Mr. Bax, and that's not to be unkind. Anyway, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could we begin by looking at Appendix A 17.3, page 16, Table 2. Page 16, Table 2. The document is in CD 12, is it? Appendix 17.3 of, I can't remember if it's volume 2 of the environmental statement, the appendices. I'm trying to do this on a computer and failing, I'm sorry. CD 12. Appendix 17 point, whatever I said, 3. Page, which is on page,
Table 2 is on page 16, if that is that where we're going.
that's where I want to go. Sorry, having taken the trouble to find it, I now can't. Just bear with me a second. Appendix 17.3 contains a list of noise-sensitive receptors. That's right. I'm interested in R5.003, which is the third one. You won't be surprised to hear. The data relative to that noise-sensitive receptor, I think, is on page 16. Is that right? Am I correct?
On page 16, R5003 is on page 16 on table 2.
Thank you. And in the third row there, we can see the first number is 52.4.
50.
Just so we know we're looking at the right thing.
Yes, 52.4.
Okay. Now that's called long-term assessment without proposed scheme.
Yes.
So may we take that as a proxy for the current noise environment, the current noise at the house?
No.
What is it then?
It is the predicted noise level in the immediately prior to the scheme opening, or the construction of the scheme.
Start of construction. So equivalent to circumstances now, because there's no construction scheme going at the moment.
No, you can't say that because we don't actually, although the due minimum baseline is 2026 currently. Well, we've just come into 2020, so there's another 6 years between now and then, and the noise climate in this area may change, and the road traffic noise levels, or the amount of road traffic on the existing A9 may increase or decrease in that period of time.
So can you help the reporter and me, please, then, and tell me how you get to this figure of 52.4?
It's done by traffic modelling.
Right. So you take existing and presumably you model traffic growth or traffic decrease to get to a figure. Is that right?
I think that's what they do, yes. I'm not an expert in traffic noise modelling at all, said Blackheart.
But you are an expert in acoustics, and at least you profess to be, and I'm sure you are. I just need to know. You see, it's very important to know where the baseline is so that we can...
Okay, so...
Can I just explain what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to understand what will be the increase in noise experience at Arad from the point where construction starts to the point where operation starts, and then after operation. Now, I can't ask you too much about construction phase because noise is going to be very variable, as you carefully explained earlier on. But I'd like to know how we get to the baseline.
So the baseline, the do minimum baseline, is the predicted do minimum baseline is for the year 2026, immediately prior to the construction works.
Start of construction.
And the do something baseline is the predicted noise levels in the year of opening of the scheme. So that's your before and after.
Yeah, and that's the operational noise.
That's the operational noise.
Nothing to do with construction noise.
Nothing to do with construction noise.
So those two figures, 52.4 and 53.6, if you like, are the two basins. One before construction and one when construction's finished.
Say the numbers again.
If I understood you correctly,
Yeah.
you were asking me to look at 52.4 and 53.6 as the two baselines.
$52.0 and 53.6 is the short-term assessment, which is in the year of opening. It's for the year of opening. So that's immediately. So 52.0 is just prior to the scheme opening, and 53.6 is the scheme in place in the year of opening.
Okay. And you can't help us with any of the detail about how these figures are arrived at?
I can tell you how the noise. I can tell you how the noise figures were derived in the acoustic sense, but I'm reliant on being provided with traffic data from the traffic modelers.
And do you extract the acoustic content from the traffic data with which you are supplied?
Now, so what happens is that we're provided with traffic data, and that traffic data consists of the flow, the percentage of HTVs, and the speed. We then take that data and we use a document called Calculation of Road Traffic Noise to predict what the noise levels are. So Calculation of Road Traffic Noise is the document that provides all the methodology to predict what the noise levels are.
Yeah.
So we're just taking the traffic data and then using that. Now, the Calculation of Road Traffic Noise is an empirical derived methodology for predicting what noise levels are. And so,
go on.
So you can do that on a piece of paper and a pen. You can sit down and write that out and predict what the noise levels are. Mm-hmm. But when you've got hundreds, perhaps thousands of receptor points, it's obviously not convenient to do that. That's why we have traffic models, acoustic models instead, three-dimensional acoustic models. So we take the traffic data, we put the traffic data into the acoustic model, which includes the 3D topography and the building locations and receptor points, etc., etc. And we predict the noise levels based on calculation of road traffic noise, supplemented with the additional guidance of Annex A of DMRB HD 213/11.
So without wishing to denigrate it in any way, what we see here are software-derived noise levels.
Software-derived noise levels, but consistent with the methodology that we are required to use to predict the noise levels.
Yeah, well, I wasn't criticizing the methodology. I'm just, in no sense are these figures empirically derived.
But the methodology is based on empirical measurement, so it's an empirically derived prediction methodology.
Right. I understand that. I think let's just park it for the moment.
Okay.
Several times in your evidence in chief, you talked about relating the predicted noise exposure at noise-sensitive properties to the figures in the EIA. You use that expression, the figures in the EIA. Is there a standard to which you are required to work so that the finished product, that's to say the finished road, does not generate noise of more than a certain level? Is there an absolute limit?
There isn't.
There isn't.
Look, the assessment, the DMRB assessment methodology is based on change in noise level.
Based on?
Change in noise level.
Change in noise level. So the judgment of adverse or beneficial or neutral depends on the extent of change.
Yes.
And that must be right, mustn't it? Because everywhere the background noise level is different.
Correct.
20 yards from the road, it's going to be much different from 250 yards from the road or further back.
All things being equal, yes.
Yes, of course. I understand about intervening topography. That's fine. And this is not one of those cases where you use standards like BS 5228 or BS 4142 or, in another context, ETSU R97, our friend from the wind farm industry. You don't use guidance of that kind, do you? It's simply based on the DMRB advice.
That's the appropriate guidance. ETSU's for wind farms.
Yes.
BS 4142 is industrial noise, and the other one was construction noise. So that guidance would be appropriate for assessing those noise sources. DMRB is appropriate for assessing noise, road traffic noise, where a new or altered road is proposed.
Thank you. Well, all I'm trying to do is understand what criteria you've applied. And it is clear in your recognition, but nevertheless it's helpful to hear it here. Could I now turn to the question of the stone wall and the nature of an acoustic barrier, which you explained earlier on. Does the stone wall, as proposed, have any acoustic absorption qualities? Or is it simply a reflective device to stop the sound energy passing into, well, in this case, into the grounds of Arad?
So, okay. The wall itself is a natural stone wall. As I explained previously, it's not a smooth concrete wall or close-bordered timbered fence. It's made up of, it's got rocks, stones, whatever you want to call them, stones. It's a natural stone wall. But it's not flat, it's uneven. It's an uneven surface, and there's holes and stuff like that. So what will happen is, as I explained previously, instead of the sound hitting the facade, for want of a better word, of the wall and reflecting back, what it will do is it will be scattered. Okay, so it's not completely reflective. Some of the sound is absorbed, and to mimic that, we've put an absorption coefficient into the noise model to replicate that absorption that's likely to arise from the non-flat wall with the stones in it.
Okay. I think you're saying to me that the stone wall surface is a reflective surface, but because it's uneven, the reflection is not even, it's scattered.
It is scattered.
Right. The question was, does it have any absorption qualities? And I think you're telling me, no, it doesn't.
No.
But you have, well, let me finish. I think you're telling me, no, it doesn't, but you build into the calculation, or the software builds into the calculation, a notional absorption quality.
I'm not saying it doesn't have any absorption ability, because some of it will be reflected back, and some of it will go into the wee bits of the stone and be reflected inside there and be absorbed. It's not all reflective. It's not a binary thing. So there is some element of absorption. Some of it's going to be scattered up in that direction. Some of it's going to be scattered into the ground. So to mimic that, an absorption coefficient has been applied, appropriate to the amount of of absorption that we think that would be appropriate for that, because it's not a flat concrete wall and not all of it will be reflected back.
But it's not a porous wall either, is it? It's got a concrete core.
Well, you could argue it's semi-porous because you've got it's not flat. It will.
No, please listen to the question. It's not a porous wall, which, for example, water could pass through. It's got a concrete core, so that at some point the sound energy is going to be arrested and then probably scattered and diffused in a lateral way.
Indeed, but what will happen? Say the sound enters a gap and reaches the concrete core. To get back out, it's going to bounce in to get in, and then it's going to reflect to go back out. And every time there's a reflection of the sound on a surface, some of that sound, it will reduce in its intensity. So by the time it escapes back out and is reflected back, the amount of energy reflected back out will be significantly less than what that went in. So there is an element of absorption.
It's not absorption, is it, Dr. Palmer? It's simply scattering the energy, because rock and concrete are not naturally absorptive. They're not absorptive materials. You can take up the energy.
Okay. You can't.
I mean absorbent, not absorptive. Absorbent materials.
Indeed, but an absorbent material, when you've got an absorbent material, it has holes in it. And that allows the sound to go in, just like the sound is going in between the rock face, to reach to the core, and then to be reflected back out.
If it was a bund consisting of earth and grass and bushes, the sound would hit the bund. Some would go over the top, as you explained earlier on. You said, I think, diffracted over the top. And some would be absorbed by the soft material. The energy would enter the soft material and be absorbed. I'm
not disputing that. There's not a 100, even a concrete surface, even a concrete surface will absorb some of the acoustic energy. Okay.
Okay.
So there is. You can't say that there is no absorption at all for that wall, and that's what we have modelled.
Right. I take that from you. What dictates then the height of the wall that is proposed?
So what dictates the height of the wall is that when we were doing the noise assessment, there weren't any natural stone walls in the model. When we carried out the assessment, we found out that for some noise-sensitive receptors, the significance of impact was greater than that of determined when undertaking the environmental statement for the DMRB Stage 3 design. The decision was that the noise impacts for the refined design would not be, significance of impacts would not be any greater than that for the environmental statement. To meet that requirement, it was necessary to specify an acoustic barrier in the locations that, similar locations to and height to where those natural stone walls are currently located. When we submitted that, now that was and the height and length of those barriers were the requirement to meet, were such that they met with the requirement not to exceed the ES.
Right. Let's just
significance. Can I finish, please?
Beg your pardon.
Significance of impact. But then what happened is that we then tell the people that are designing the scheme that what we need is a close-bordered timbered fence or something similar in these locations to ensure that we don't exceed the significance of impacts. They then take that and say that for visual impact reasons or for any other engineering reasons, we don't want, you've specified a close bordered timbered fence, we choose to have a natural stone wall, and we think it should be 1 metre higher or a little bit longer because it would blend in with the existing landform, for example. And then, when that is completed, we then get the model. We then take that a new version of the wall, of the barrier wall, whichever you want to call it, and run our models again to ensure that we haven't accidentally introduced something, for example, a reflection from the wall to a property of the other side that could result in those properties then exceeding the significance of impact as reported in the ES. And then if that was the case, we would then look to see whether additional absorption was required on that on the barrier facing the road to absorb that sound. Unfortunately, following the alteration to the design criteria that we sent, when we ran the models, no additional adverse impacts arose, so we could agree that these were the correct dimensions for both of the walls.
Rather than correct, do you mean suitable?
Suitable for with respect to noise, suitable for with respect
suitable
to
noise.
To
achieve the noise attenuation that you wanted to achieve.
Correct.
Right. Now, you started that part of your answer by, or the part of your evidence by telling me that you proposed a close-boarded wooden fence. And for what I think are aesthetic reasons, you were told this has to be a wall, and then you tested the wall against your previous parameters to see if it would achieve the same acoustic outcome. And you say that it did. The question was, what dictates or dictated the proposed height of the wall? And just to help you a little bit, Mr. Robertson told us yesterday that the height of the wall is as proposed, start that again. Mr. Robertson told us yesterday that the height of the wall was commensurate with the height of the bund, the existing bund. That
may well be the case, but as far as I'm concerned, and in terms of noise impacts, that's irrelevant, because what is it doesn't necessarily have to be 1.6 metres. It may not have been 1.6 metres initially. I can't remember, because it's an iterative process that I've just discussed. So I can't remember what the original specification for the height of the barrier was. But this could be an example whereby they wanted it to tie in, or they wanted it to be the same height. But the height that was specified for us by the noise team was sufficient, such that significant adverse impacts were no worse than what they were for the ES. And as long as the height isn't decreased, I'm not, to be honest, don't really care whether it increases or not in terms of the minimum requirement for noise. However, I would argue that it's perhaps not inappropriate in some circumstances just to unilaterally increase the height.
Yeah. So
there's no justification in terms of noise, that is.
So what we have in the end is a product of something which is, on your evidence, suitable for the noise attenuation you want to create, coupled with some input which you can't specify, which may be aesthetic. Would that be right?
That's correct.
But we can't pin down, can we pin down, other than listening to Mr. Robertson, who, of course, I accept his evidence, we can't pin down where the figure 1.6 comes from.
Okay. If I had been asked the question prior to arriving here today, in somebody's objection or in their statement of case, I could have sat here today and given you that answer as to what the height that we actually specified, the minimum height for the acoustic barriers to be. All we know at this stage is what they evolved to become through the iterative process of landscape and the design team having their two penneth worth into the specifications for the wall. So what we end up is with the final result is, I can't tell you at this present moment in time what we specified the minimum height for that barrier to be, but it is possible to find out what it was.
Okay, thank you. In TS 206, which is the dueling development of the scheme report, at paragraph 8.4.49, you say this.
But
I'll just wait.
Wait for it
I'll just wait.
to arrive.
TS 206, page 58 of 115. That's internal page number 58. Paragraph 8.4.49. Do you have it, sir? Thank you. It's 8.4.49. Without the natural stone walls, noise modelling shows that the removal of the bund and steepening of earthworks would increase the significance of residual noise impacts compared to those reported in the ES. Can I take it that that means at the noise-sensitive receptor? And by
So what does that mean?
increase the significance of means the noise would be greater, doesn't it?
It would increase the significance of residual noise impacts at noise-sensitive receptors.
In other words, the noise would be greater.
Without the natural stone walls, yes.
Yeah, thank you. It's considered necessary for the significance of residual impacts to remain at levels presented in the ES. Now, I think this may be the last question on this topic, but where does it stipulate that the solution at which you have to arrive should match that in the environmental statement?
Where is it stipulated?
Why do you work to that criterion?
Okay. You work to that criteria. No, well, my understanding is this. Okay, so this is my understanding
Indeed.
of it is the specimen design is produced, and when it goes to the contractor, it will be perhaps assuming it's a design and build contract, what they're able to do is they're actually able to take that design and make modifications to the design, but if they make any modifications to the design, what they need to do is demonstrate that any change that they make is no worse than that presented in the environmental statement. So my understanding is, I wasn't there at the management meeting that made the decision that we were to do our assessment on this basis, but I'm assuming it was to mimic that in the sense a change is proposed for the DMRB Stage 3 design, but it's a modification on a small section of the extent of the whole route, and therefore what we would aim to do is to ensure that the residual impacts are no greater than that for the DMRB Stage 3 design.
I get that, absolutely. Where does it say that's the standard you have to work to? Why, or put it another way, why are you working to the DMRB environmental statement numbers? Why are you not, for example, seeking to improve on those numbers?
There's no it would be perverse to do so.
Oh, very well.
Can I just point out that the reason it would be perverse to do so is that, for example, if you want us to go, in terms of noise, if you would like us to depart from meeting compliance with the impacts in accordance with, as predicted by the environment statement for the DMRB stage 3, if we were instead just to compare the do minimum baseline with the do something baseline and the do minimum baseline with the do something future years, then there is no requirement for those 2 natural stone walls. So if you would like us, I think it's beneficial, in a sense, for the residents at Urad that we did adopt this route, rather than directly assess the refined design against the refined design against the do minimum, right? Because you end up with the dry stone walls by us making sure that the adverse impacts are no greater than the environmental statement.
I'm sure it's my fault, but we'll leave the point because I don't think in the end of the day it matters. I asked you some questions about what dictates the height, and you've given me your answers to that. What dictates the length of the wall that is proposed?
Initially we don't know. So what we have to do is we guess what a length might need to be.
Yes.
To do it. We run our noise model, and then we discover that it's not long enough or it's not high enough. And then we run the model, so we make an alteration, and it's an iterative process, and eventually we find the correct length and the correct height, and we're able to then send that to the designers and say, this is what we're looking for.
This is what we're proposing. So, and again, it's a software-derived result.
It is a software-derived result, but again, it's a software design result, and it's consistent with calculation of road traffic noise.
Let me move on. Can I please to a quick question or two about reversing klaxons or reversing signals on construction sites by lorries and diggers, which are obviously reversing. You gave a very long answer to Mr. Mill, no criticism of that, but I think I read into it, at least I heard you say, you have to have them. It's just that today they're more subtle than the old siren or klaxon which used to be used. Is that correct?
Well, subtle in the sense that they're not so intrusive as they once were.
Yeah, they have to be intrusive, don't they? Because the poor old workman who's in the way needs to hear them.
Indeed, it needs to be sufficient for the task that it needs to do.
Yeah, and I'm sure technology is moving all the time, but reversing klaxons are meant to. I keep using that word. Sorry. Reversing signals are meant to be heard, are they not?
Yeah, but when that reversing signal is meant to be heard, it's meant to be heard for people in the vicinity of that reversing activity. So it's meant for the ears of people within meters, maybe 10 meters away maximum, not 150 meters away. So therefore, the noise that these audible alarms generate is sufficient for the task that's in hand that it needs to do.
You're not suggesting that they won't be heard at our house, are you? 150 meters, 200 meters away?
I would say that if they're using the broadband signal, and it also includes this smart bit where it measures the existing background noise level and does 10 dB above it, it's probably unlikely that you will hear that at Urad House or the steadings. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's unlikely.
Well, all I can do is admire your optimism, Dr. Palmer, I think. But let's leave it at that. A quick question about noise monitoring. I'm sorry, do you have something else to add?
Yeah, can I just say something? The reason I say that is that there is already noise being generated from other things, such as vehicles using the A9. And vehicles using the A9 it's a kind of it's modelled as a line source. It's lots of point sources driving down the road, and it kind of mimics what a line source would do. Whereas the klaxon is a point source, okay, because it's just a little alarm thing making a sound. The crucial point here is that a line source attenuates by 3 dB per doubling of distance, whereas a point source attenuates at 6 dB per doubling of distance. Therefore, the noise generated by the siren, klaxon, whatever you want to call it, is going to diminish over distance, much greater, twice as fast as the line source. Therefore, given that the road traffic noise is dominant, we've already established that the existing and future road traffic noise is dominant at Urad Estate. By the time the noise from the klaxon gets to there, it will be much less than the noise from the road traffic noise, simply because it attenuates much faster.
I understand that technically, scientifically, it will attenuate much more quickly. But common experience is that reversing klaxons are meant to be audible and are audible over considerable distances. I'm looking out the window today, and there's not a breath of wind. And, you know, I would bet a dime to a dollar that you could hear people talking on the other side of the Tay.
Okay.
You know, it just seems inherently improbable that at 150 yards, reversing signals are not going to be heard. Whether they're intrusive or not is another question. We won't know until we see what is established.
Indeed. I would say also in your advantage is that the prevailing wind is from the southwest. So that's also in your favour, because the noise
Will blow away.
That's correct.
When the wind is blowing, but look outside.
Indeed.
Just moving on again, you took your noise measurements in June of 2016 at Urad using a single sound power level meter, I think, situated to the east of the house. Is that correct?
I'm not certain exactly in relation to where that is.
In the photograph that we were shown earlier on, I'm sorry, I forgot.
It was on the grass.
On the grass, in free field conditions.
In free field conditions.
Yes. In the photograph, we can see the front door of the house.
Yes.
At its east facade. That's not the facade which faces which will face the construction site. But it was nevertheless in a free field condition.
Okay.
Is a week in June enough to give you representative background noise levels?
I would argue that a week is a reasonable length of time to characterise the ambient background noise levels at Urad. In June, I would argue that it's perhaps also appropriate for other times in the year as well, assuming that the acoustic climate remains constant throughout the year. If you're implying that's otherwise, then perhaps additional measurements would be required at other times of the year.
Well, I wasn't implying anything, I hope, but obviously in mid-June you've got leaves on the trees, summer conditions. Probably the A9 is as busy as it would be at any time of the year because of tourism traffic. I just want your comment on the suggestion perhaps that isn't a typical representative period. give you a reliable baseline figure.
I would say that it's a reasonable indication of the ambient noise levels. I would say if you do have some concerns prior to construction, there will also be ambient noise level measurements undertaken.
Yeah.
So it would be an opportunity to compare the measurements undertaken previously with future measurements that are undertaken. And then we'll be able to see the consistency between them.
Right. Could I ask you to turn your recognition then to section 9.4, which is on page 27 of the PDF. Thank you. I have a few questions about this section. I hope not too many. 9.4.1, you talk about noise associated with the use of laybys. What are you thinking about when you write this paragraph?
As I explained earlier, that's people actually using the lay-by as when they've parked up.
Yeah.
Whatever they're doing, whatever that may be, that is not anything to do with the DMRB assessment we're doing, and that falls under the the Environment Protection Act and the Noise and Statutory Nuisance Act.
Yeah. So it's nothing to do with this assessment at all.
No, but people I'm responding to people complaining about potential noise impacts at the laybys. And what are the potential noise impacts at the lay-by is the actual use of the lay-by. Okay. So I just wanted to, all I was doing in 9.4.1 was pointing out that the actual use of the lay-by is out with the scope of our assessment.
I accept that and I agree with it, of course. You are trying in 9.4.2 to draw some comparison between accelerating and decelerating traffic. And forgive me if I've oversimplified this, but are you really saying that one cancels the other out?
Well, according to the guidance, that's true.
What about according to David Palmer?
It doesn't matter what I think.
It does. You're the expert. You're here as an expert witness.
But if I don't comply with the guidance and I can't justify that, then it would be inappropriate for me to deviate from that. I can't think of a reason why that would be there if it wasn't for me to use, and it seems like a reasonable assumption to make. So therefore, I was quite happy to adopt it.
Yeah, the consequence of noisy acceleration and less noisy deceleration will be to give you an average over a period. Is that what we have in the second last line, LA 10, 18 hour? Is that what that's intended to convey to us?
It is an average.
Yeah. So we're not measuring one deceleration, measuring another one, pinpointing the sources. We're taking this over a period and saying, over this period, perhaps knocking off the top 10% and the bottom 10%, we have an average noise which will be the experience in the lay-by over the piece.
No, we're talking about the L10 18 hour generated by vehicles either using the A9 and not using the lay-by in conjunction with those that just choose to use the lay-by.
So it's a combination of sources then?
It is a combination.
It's the passing traffic and the stopping and accelerating traffic.
Simply because the stopping and the deceleration and acceleration in accordance with paragraph A5.23 is equivalent to the traffic moving at a constant speed. And we're looking at an L10 18 hour.
Which means what?
It's the average over an 18-hour period of the
average,
L10 noise metric.
The average over, right. I think there's just one other thing, but I've just mislaid it for the moment, if you bear with me. Um, 9.4.8, please. Your model shows marginal increases at number 1, steading. Just to save time, could I take it that you would argue that an increase of 0.1 of a decibel is trivial and not significant in the context in which we are talking?
That would be correct.
Thank you. Hypothetically, Dr. Palmer, if the stone wall were extended along the A9 northwards by about 125 metres, would that have or be likely to have any effect upon the noise exposure of the steadings after completion of the construction?
I haven't done the assessment, but intuitively I would have to say yes.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you very much. I'm most grateful to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Nothing from me. Mr. Milne?
Just one point, Dr. Palmer, relating to questions asked by Mr. Bax and by Mr. Campbell in relation to the bund. Just to make sure I understand this correctly, if I put a number of statements to you and check that I am correct. At stage 3, the DMRB stage 3 design at Urard, a bund was included in the design.
That's correct.
Now, my understanding is that that was not included for noise reasons, but was included at the request of Urard, House of Urard LLP. Is that correct?
I can't. I don't know why exactly it was there. We were given the ground model, and it was already included. So the reasoning behind it is kind of opaque to me. I was not privy to the reasoning behind all that. We receive a ground model from the engineers, and that bund was already in the design of it. But subsequently, I do appreciate that it may well be because there was an existing bund, and that was a replacement for it.
The bund was then removed at the stage of the refined design?
That is correct.
And that's why, if I understand you correctly, you're explaining that the refined design, you were seeking to achieve the standard set, no greater residual significance in terms of noise impact for the refined design, as stated in the environmental statement for the DMRB Stage 3.
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions, which means that concludes the case for the promoter.
It does. Thank you for that, Mr. Milne. Thank you, Dr. Palmer.
Thank you.
Mr. Bax, over to you for your first witness. Are you happy to continue, or would you like a 10-minute break before we do that? Okay, let's break until 3:10. objector group. The first witness is Dr. Johnson. Over to you, Mr. Bax.
Correct, yes. I'd like to introduce Dr. Aaron Johnson and invite him to read his recognition, if that's okay, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. This is the recognition of Dr. Aaron Johnston, MA Hons, PhD, in support of the objection lodged on behalf of the combined group of objectors led by Killiecrankie and Fincastle Community Council. I'm an historian and heritage consultant with a specialism in battlefields. I've written a number of books on 17th and 18th century battles, and have lectured on conflict archaeology courses at both Edinburgh and Durham universities. I have a doctorate in contemporary engagement with historical identity from 2018, and I've been the director of the Scottish Battlefields Trust, an independent charity since its foundation in 2015, and I also contribute to the Historic Environment Scotland Policy Forum. My evidence considers the policy framework relating to the management of change within designated battlefields, recorded on the Historic Environment Scotland Inventory of Historic Battlefields. Killiecrankie Battlefield is a designated battlefield and is therefore formally recognised by the state as being a site of national significance. By its very nature, it is a unique historical asset, and it is therefore incumbent upon Transport Scotland to grant appropriate recognition and weighting to its significance and integrity during the development of their plans. All parts within the designated area of an inventory battlefield have equal status. The battlefield is a material consideration in planning processes. The value of a battlefield is not confined to its archaeological potential or to the physical assets within the landscape. Landscape integrity, historical and cultural association, setting and commemoration are also significant factors. This is reflected in the criteria for inclusion in the inventory and in the Historic Environment Scotland guidance for managing change. This means that assessing physical impacts on assets or archaeological survey alone are insufficient forms of assessment for impacts on a battlefield. Issues of setting, the significance of which is evidenced in Historic Environment Scotland's Managing Change in the Historic Environment Setting Guidance document, have been repeatedly relegated from due consideration despite their importance to understanding the historical and cultural values of a battlefield. Impacts on setting are marginalised in deference to a proposed lack of physical impact, which fails to acknowledge that battlefields are not defined solely by their physical or artefactual assets. The strength of objections to the proposal in relation to the designated battlefield are clear indicators that insufficient weight was given to the battlefield in the early stages of the scheme development. A further indicator is the failure to engage with the Scottish Battlefields Trust, despite Transport Scotland having done so previously elsewhere, and despite having been contacted by the Scottish Battlefields Trust regarding Killiecrankie in June 2015. Historic environment policy requires that impacts are identified, then assessed, and then either avoided or mitigated. It also requires that a baseline assessment is incorporated to the earliest stages of planning. However, this proposal has demonstrably been developed without a detailed understanding of the battlefield, with archaeological assessment only carried out after the presentation of the scheme. As the surveys only covered the corridor directly considered for compulsory purchase, it does not facilitate a comprehensive assessment of the battlefield and therefore cannot be considered complete for the purposes of assessing the comparative merits of alternative schemes. Historic environment policy requires not only that damage is avoided or mitigated, but also that development seeks opportunities to enhance the asset. None of the proposed schemes include any serious attempt to improve accessibility, connectivity, interpretation or visitor experience in the battlefield area. It can be shown that historic environment policy guidance has not adequately been implemented in relation to a number of specific assets within the battlefield. Lagnaburg, the Memorial Cairn Tomb Clavers, Runrury Settlement and Redoubt, referring to the centre of the battlefield, the B-listed garden and wall at Urrod, the stepped terrace and terrain along the northbound carriageway between the B-listed wall and Altgernich. These issues suggest that Transport Scotland's proposal has failed to comply with the spirit or the letter of historic environment best practice in relation to Killiecrankie battlefield. The battlefield's status within the scheme development was undermined by the relative weakness of Historic Environment Scotland's position in enforcing historic environment policies against national infrastructure projects, as evidenced by the exchanges at the Scottish Parliament and the written answers which followed by Cabinet Secretary Hislop. As the Cairngorms National Park Authority had apparently delegated the wider historic environment issues to Historic Environment Scotland and concentrated on assessing the landscape impacts from the road rather than of the road, and the involvement of Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust was informal throughout this process, the statutory consultees were insufficient to provide robust assessment of the battlefield impact prior to the presentation of the proposals for formal objection. Therefore, issues relating to the battlefield archaeology were not formally scrutinised until after the Stage 3 final design was completed. The result is a sense of retrospective justification rather than an open-minded assessment to identify the optimal scheme. Visualisations often fail to consider likely visitor approaches and the fact that most visitors to the battlefield view the landscape primarily from the south, which should be an important consideration in differentiating between possible routes and impacts. After plans were finalised, objections lodged and withdrawn by Historic Environment Scotland, Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust and the Cairngorms National Parks Authority, Transport Scotland developed the alternative design as a retrospective demonstration of the supposedly higher battlefield impact of widening on the southbound side, contradicting earlier statements that battlefield impacts were not a differentiator in determining the details of the scheme. The alternative design is considered unhelpful in the assessment of the refined scheme because it is not developed to the same detail in regard to historic environment impacts. It has been prepared in order to justify the proposal rather than as an open-minded assessment for comparison, and its late appearance means that it has not been subjected to the same level of scrutiny as the other proposals, including assessment by statutory consultees.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Just have a few follow-up questions, if I may. Referring to paragraph 3 in your precognition, in your capacity as a battlefield specialist, what status do you consider the inventory of historic battlefields designation accords to the Killiecrankie battlefield?
Well, in its simplest terms, that gives the battlefield area a formal designation and also a recognition of the national significance of the battlefield, which is the highest consideration a battlefield can be given at the current time. It establishes the battlefield as a material consideration, and also in the view of the Scottish Battlefield Trust, it gives the battlefield an elevated status in considerations appropriate to its high value, and that's reflected in the managing change in its reflection of special considerations which have to be accorded to battlefields.
Is the inventory record to be considered a comprehensive record of the battlefield?
No, the inventory record itself is not to be considered as in any way as a baseline for identifying and understanding the significance of the battlefield in detail. In fact, in my own recent meetings with Historic Environment Scotland, the current direction of movement is to actually reduce the levels of information which are associated directly with the legal designation, and that accords with granting uniform status to all areas of the battlefield area, on account of the fact that there are different interpretations possible of battlefields where there is a lack of specific archaeological evidence. I would add, however, on that point that the inventory records are themselves relatively static, and because the significance of Killiecrankie particularly was recognised at the very first iteration of the inventory, that the records themselves of the inventory designations are not reflective of the information we now have specifically about the choreography of the battle.
Indeed, quite a bit more information has come to light since 2011. Would you say that was correct?
Yes, I think our understanding of the battle is undoubtedly much clearer today.
Referring to paragraph 4 of your precognition, do you think that Transport Scotland has given appropriate recognition and weighting to the significance of the battlefield?
I think the significant word there is appropriate, and my own assessment is that whilst the battlefield obviously has been acknowledged and discussed throughout the development of the scheme, certainly to my satisfaction, the special status of the battlefield has not been sufficiently elevated within those considerations. And I think there have been examples in some of the evidence that was given earlier this week in which we heard that the battlefield was just another consideration rather than being a consideration of uniquely high value.
Referring to paragraph 6 of your precognition, you mention in that KFCC 115, if we want to get that particular document up, it's the Historic Environment Scotland document for designation policy and selection guidance to show how they decide if a battlefield should be included in the inventory. If you could turn to perhaps page 18 of the PDF. I wonder, Dr. Johnson, if you could explain what the term historical association covers and how this applies to Killiecrankie.
Yes, I think this that's much better. Thank you. Better test on my eyes. This speaks to what I alluded to in my precognition about the fact that physical and archaeological impacts are not the only ones to be assessed. Historical and cultural association are recognised as specific characteristics of the battlefield, even though they are perhaps less tangible and therefore a little trickier to deal with. As the guidance states there, association includes significance accorded to a site based on its specific military history, strategic and tactical importance. In the Killiecrankie context, that could, for example, be associated with the development of platoon firing techniques, the use of grenades, which may well be used on this battlefield for the first time, according to the archaeological discoveries, but also the significance of the site in relation to associations with specific place names, with cultural outputs such as songs, poetry, literature, artworks. All of those things have to be considered in the evaluation of the significance of a battlefield site. And that, of course, impacts setting as well. And those are points which are, as I say, less tangible than physical assets, and therefore understandably more difficult to assess and quantify, but nevertheless mean that there are assets within a battlefield which need to be assessed in a different way. And when it comes to balancing impacts on parts of battlefields, it is important to take those considerations into account as well. And it should also, I think, be emphasised that those associations can be illusory in the sense of it doesn't have to be a demonstrably proven archaeological connection between a place and a significance attached to a place in the battlefield area. The fact that it has an association locally or nationally or in the public conscience makes the point significant within the umbrella of what the significance of a battlefield is. I hope that's clear. Sorry, that's a slightly garbled answer, I know.
You mentioned their setting. I think, is there anything you wanted to add about the importance of setting? It's another one of those intangible elements that you perhaps were referring to there.
Yes, that's right. The setting is a part of those intangibles that are discussed. That is reflected in the managing change for setting guidance documents provided by Historic Environment Scotland, which I've referenced in my precognition as well, as CD-248. And although I don't necessarily know whether you need to see it for yourself, but that guidance does specifically speak to non-visual factors, including historical, artistic, literary, place name, intellectual associations, sensory factors, sense of place. These are all intangibles, but nevertheless are significant to our understanding of a battlefield, but also to our use of a battlefield and how the battlefield sits in the national consciousness. In the context of Killiecrankie, there is quite a high consciousness in literary, artistic and military senses, but also in terms of the place name associations. There are important places like Tomb Cleavers that we've discussed, Dundee's Mound in the area of Urad, Roan Rory, which gives its name to some naming of the battlefield in literature as well. Even Skirmish Fields obviously carries some place name association. Whether true or apocryphal isn't necessary in the guidance. But my point there would be that largely those places are on the southern side of the current A9, the battlefield, which would, to me, enhance some of the status of parts of the battlefield in those areas.
We learned yesterday from Mr. Dempsey that he was a little bit surprised at the objections received from HES and PKHT. They are now withdrawn as a result of the changes made in the refined scheme. Would you like to comment perhaps on the objections still outstanding there?
Yes. Well, I think it's fair to say that the strength and detail of those objections at that stage from Historic Environment Scotland and PKHT were, to me at least, indicative that the plan as it was first proposed did not do its best service to the battlefield, and therefore it was felt by Historic Environment Scotland and others that improvements were still required. That raised concerns for me that the battlefield's weighting in the development process had been inadequate up to that stage, and that the weighting was therefore not sufficient. Whilst accepting, obviously, that there had been engagement, I would also suggest that the strength of those objections was significant. I was also slightly concerned on that point to hear in the evidence on Monday, I think from Dr. Blewett, that it was relatively straightforward to address those issues from Historic Environment Scotland because they understood relatively quickly how they could be addressed. From my end, the suggestion there would be that if it was relatively straightforward and relatively speedy in order to alleviate the issues that were raised in terms of concerns on the battlefield, then those mitigations could have been implemented at an earlier stage. And that suggests that the original proposed scheme being suboptimal, if the refined scheme is now believed to be considerably improved on that in terms of its battlefield footprint, then it raises questions from my end, at least in relation to the alternative design, for example, in terms of how potentially refinable that might be under the appropriate scrutiny from statutory consultees. So I'm not sure, and that refers to the point I make towards the end of my precognition, as to how comparable some of those comparators actually would be. Sorry, I appreciate that wasn't quite your question. The question, I think, was about those that are still standing.
Yes. Would you like to comment on the objections still
yes,
standing?
Yeah. And the fact that there are objections remaining from the Scottish Battlefields Trust, the Battlefields Trust UK, from individual historians such as Graham Millen, who I'm hopeful will have a speedy recovery from his illness, but also from Dr. Ian Banks and Professor Tony Pollard, who's been cited by the promoter as an authoritative source on understanding the battlefield. That is a fairly broad representation of the battlefield community in its widest sense, if you could put it that way, that these proposals have serious impacts and raise serious concerns for the future of the battlefield at Killiecrankie.
Thank you. Would you agree with Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust, cited in their withdrawal letter on 7th of February 2019, that's TS 409-75, I think it's a document we have looked at before, where they, although withdrawing their objection, they do point to the fact that the stage 1 to 3 of the DMRB was inadequate, and that the guidelines, in the sense that the guidelines where the line of the road is decided before intrusive field evaluation can be carried out, is flawed. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes, I would. And I think it's significant that was the view of Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust even at the stage of withdrawal. The implication being, and confessedly, whilst this may not be the fault of the promoter, that the DMRB guidelines were not adequate for appropriately addressing the requirements of the battlefield. And I would echo that in saying that although we know an awful lot more about the battlefield now, that much of that information came following 2015-2018, and by which stage the plans were considerably well evolved, which raises concerns for me about the extent to which the true understanding of the battlefield had been available to the decision makers during the early route discussion options.
The principles I think you brought up in managing change in historic battlefields, which is CD 423, page 9, is to protect, conserve, and where appropriate, enhance historic battlefields. In your view, do you think there has been enough done to enhance the Killiecrankie battlefield in this proposal?
No, I think this is an important point that perhaps hasn't yet really emerged, is that the managing change in historic battlefields it doesn't just say that it's about protecting, conserving, and mitigating. It also specifically refers to protecting, conserving, and where appropriate, to enhancing historic battlefields. In my view, it is disappointing that the proposals in the schemes presented to us, which are, I think by consensus admission, doing cumulative damage to the battlefield. I don't think there's anybody who would argue that any of the proposed schemes in any of their iterations do not seriously damage the battlefield. The cumulative damage done by extending the road, and I wish I'd been able to sit at this table when the current A9 was being put there, that creates, in the context of this policy guidance, an obligation, perhaps as much a moral obligation as a policy obligation, for the promoter to investigate opportunities for enhancement of the historic asset that is Killiecrankie battlefield. And I would have liked to see, and I hope that there might even be opportunity for this still in the process, to say that in acknowledgement of the fact that, and this applies whether the widening was northbound or southbound, in fact, that in acknowledgement of the cumulative damage that has been done already and is going to be done by the extension of the A9, that that moral obligation to look at enhancement opportunities, including connectivity and some of the things that I alluded to in my precognition, and interpretation and visitor experience at Killiecrankie battlefield were considered as forms of mitigation that take that mitigation outside, admittedly, of the compulsory purchase areas, but which nevertheless say that in response to the damage that is to be done, which has been made clear throughout the promoter's case, is unavoidable in many instances, that there are ways that the future for the rest of the battlefield that survives, which has an extraordinary story to tell, and still possesses the capacity to tell it, can be enhanced. And I think that that is really at the heart of what I'm suggesting about the fact that the spirit of the policies is not being applied here, because there seems to be an acknowledgement from the very moment that it's decided that online widening is the only option, that therefore the damage is going to be done, and we can tinker about it and we can move bits of the damage from one part of the battlefield to the other as we refine the scheme, but the damage is going to be done. So enhancement is the opportunity to mitigate against that in the widest possible sense, and I would suggest that particular part of the policy does not appear, at least to my eyes, to have been properly explored.
Sorry, are you happy with the document references that we're making there, or do you want me to bring them up?
Yeah, I've been bringing them up when I've felt it necessary to do that. So
that's okay.
Happy for you to proceed as you have been.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a couple of final points. Considering what you say about visualization and visitors experiencing the battlefield, mostly from the south, in paragraph 15 of your precondition, okay. Can you expand on why the area to the south of the existing A9 appears to be of particular importance?
Yes, I'm conscious that we touched on some of this earlier with Mr. Lancaster's presentation, but it was at which time it was also acknowledged that some of the what I would consider the more sensitive areas of the battlefield around tomb clavers were perhaps not used as closely as visual receptors as certainly I would have liked. And the fact that we heard earlier also that visualizations were not used in the route appraisal options within the battlefield. And I would add, just in response to the points this morning, that although we saw a figure to demonstrate that there were viewpoints from the southern side I still felt, even seeing that this morning, that there was a predominance of viewpoints taken from the northern side rather than from the southern approaches. This really, from my perspective, talks to the significance of the different areas of the battlefield for differing reasons, and in particular the sensitivities of the area immediately south of the current A9, which in my own view are the most sensitive areas of the battlefield. And I know this touches on a point that was discussed with Mr. Dempsey yesterday, where it appeared to be recognised by the promoter that they did not consider the area of actual fighting to be the most sensitive battlefield area. My own view on that point would be that is an incorrect reading of the battlefield.
Perhaps it would be helpful to, if we could get back to TS205 figure 2B. This was the graphic that Mr. Dempsey used yesterday. I just wanted to see if you could add your some points to that. TS205 figure 2B. And if it's possible, if we could get figure 4 as well. That's pages 60 and 62 of the PDF.
Mm-hmm.
That's 2B, I think.
Yep.
And have we got figure 4, page 62 as well? If it's possible, it might. Yes, that's the one. Perhaps we could.
Are we able to jump between the two? Is that possible?
Could I ask you, Dr. Johnson, just to take us through the points, perhaps, on those two graphics?
Well, yes. The point that I was just alluding to there is in my view, the significance of the area to the south of the A9, and whilst I appreciate we discussed these matters at some length yesterday, I think it's important for me to say at least that I do not consider the battle line as presented in the factual statement that we're looking at here to be definitive, and I would. It's perhaps worth me just going through that for a moment, considering the time that we spent yesterday reflecting on the promoter's interpretation of the battlefield landscape. And this speaks particularly to what, in coordination with what I was saying about the sensitivities, the cultural associations of some of the areas in the centre of the battlefield being concentrated immediately south of the A9. My concerns in terms of the positioning of the Williamite line, which is indicated here in red, is the comparative confidence with which those positions are stated. Many, I suspect I wouldn't be alone in battlefield historians at being reticent in giving quite such a definitive statement of where anything happens on a battlefield, because they are slippery fellows. But my own feeling is that this stresses the Williamite line too far away from the line of the A9, and I think that is significant in the context of the archaeological evidence that's demonstrated in Figure 2B in support. The blue area shaded here in Figure 4 is, I believe, because it is Mr. Dempsey's map that I'm interpreting, the area of about 80 metres in width, which is considered, and I don't dispute it, to be the area in which General Mackay says that he instructed his infantry to open fire. and so it's the optimum range effectively for the government lines musket fire. Now, my own experience from familiarity with operating 17th and 18th century firearms, and from speaking to others who do so, is that does accord with the upper range of the effective area of musket fire. But considering that the understood travelling distances of muskets, of balls from matchlock muskets before they lose their velocity and effect entirely, is something in the range of 140 to 180 metres. My concern is that by placing the Williamite line quite so far to the south of the existing A9, it becomes increasingly difficult to identify the causes of the significant archaeological deposits which are visible in Figure 2B, which I think jumping between the two would demonstrate that considerable amounts, in fact, the large proportions of the munitions that are deposited on the battlefield occur outside the optimum range of the Williamite infantry fire. In particular, we talked yesterday about the areas in F6 and F7 where we were...
sorry, could you slow down just
sorry,
a little?
yes.
I'm trying to note
Yep.
this.
Sorry, I struggle not to get excited when looking at battlefield maps. We were drawn yesterday in quite a lot of detail into fields F6 and F7 in the right of centre area of the battlefield there. And that was, you'll recall, sir, when we looked at the video of two men in a trench, where we were given some assurance that we could accept the deposit of the munitions there as being evidence of close firing from a particular volley of musketry. I would suggest that the large amount of archaeological evidence that's been recovered from fields F10, 11 and 13 would strongly suggest that there is firing occurring within that corridor, which is at fairly close range. That is my assessment based on the numbers of impacted shot, but also smaller finds such as buckle bits and buttons and broken bits of equipment, as indicated in the legend to Figure 2B. That is indicative of firing which is hitting things, whether that be people. The broken bits of equipment are also indicative. You could interpret some of that as being indicative of hand-to-hand fighting. You might also interpret it as relatively close quarters volley fire that is having an impact. What it certainly shows is particular strain being placed on equipment in those areas.
That would argue, would it not, that the line perhaps is not quite as straight as...
Yes, I think that I'm taking a long time to work my way around to it, but that is my concern, that evidence suggests to me that the majority of the recovered munitions are occurring outside of the area in which we believe Mackay's lines would have been opening fire, which means that either Mackay's forces were firing at ineffective distances, sometimes twice the effective distance, or it means that the battle line is much closer to the line of the A9, the Williamite line that is, than has been presented in other figures, including Figure 4. I think my point in this is to suggest that I would be uncomfortable with any degree of certainty being attached to a drawn position of the Williamite line in the form indicated. Further, I have there are parts of the battlefield in which people would apparently be shooting at nobody, according to some of the Field F10 and parts of 11 being indicative of that as well. There is, at the very least, room for doubt as to the exact deployments. And there are questions that are still unanswered about some of the detail of the battle lines. But I think, in short, because I'm conscious that I've hijacked the question, I think it is not doubted that the momentum of the battle is moving from north to south, that the action continues to spill southwards once it's crossed the A9, not that it was there, of course, at the time, and therefore the areas in which the majority of casualties are taken are close to or immediately south of the A9 in terms of the Jacobite context. And whilst we can potentially argue, as historians are wont to do and archaeologists are wont to do, and obviously even more so when the two are in the same room together, over specific elements of, for example, the terracing in fields F6, as we were speaking about yesterday, I wouldn't suggest that by moving the Williamite line 5 or 6 or even 50 metres nearer or further denigrates the battlefield value of the area immediately south of the A9. And I would also, just to close on these points, suggest that whilst we were busy looking into F6 and F7 yesterday, I have particular eyes on the other side of the battlefield, where the evidence is much higher than we would have assumed some years ago, because if we were to rely on General Mackay's account, there wasn't an awful lot of firing happening in the area of F1, 10 and 11, whereas the archaeological record clearly shows that it was. And so, in short, Mr. Bax, I think that my own view would be to move, certainly in that western section of the battlefield, elements of the Williamite line much closer to the line of the current A9. And whilst that would be, in ordinary circumstances, the differences would be a point of academic interest in the context of a development on this scale and its potential, especially in that sector west of Urad Estates, where the land take is quite considerably larger on the southern side than it was in the area of F7, I think they become significant points in terms of our assessment of the damage to those areas of the battlefield.
Thank you for that. Did you want to make any comment about figure 5, page 63 of the PDF?
Yes.
Could we just get that? Yeah. This is the LiDAR.
Yeah, this is the LiDAR information, and it just emphasises some of the concerns I have about the positioning of the Williamite line, and they are largely based on not only the proximity of the line to the archaeological deposits, but also the balance of some military probabilities in some parts of the battlefields. General Mackay is not a fool. He knows what he's doing. He has considerable amounts of time on Killiecrankie battlefield before the Jacobite attack in order to arrange his dispositions. We know from the fact that he has to personally move Balfour's regiment that his line was not perfectly straight in parts and had to be redressed. But also we can assume that they don't sacrifice a sort of draftsman's perfection in the straightness of the line for the topography, and where beneficial they would certainly be taking the best ground. I therefore have doubts over whether Mackay would have positioned his regiments immediately with their backs to a very steep slope, which they're certainly aware of because they've just walked up it. This also becomes relevant for Runrury and Urad House. It was discussed yesterday, and I don't contest that Urad House stands on top of the house at Runrury. We also know, and I don't think it was contested by Mr. Dempsey at all, that Runrury was surrounded by an enclosure wall. Sometimes it is called a garden wall, which perhaps reduces it in our mind's eye. But from the evidence of Roy's map, which is all we have to go on really, and the fact that Mackay considered putting a garrison into it, I would suggest that's a relatively large enclosure. We have to allow, between Urad House and Mackay's position, space for an enclosure and a wall, and then a space of dead ground, because much as you wouldn't want your backs to a ravine, you wouldn't want your backs to a stone wall either. And then the fact that the centre of Mackay's line in that area is predominantly composed of cavalry and artillery, you're wanting space for movement and manoeuvre, all of which are points which, taken together, I feel suggest that I wouldn't be confident stating definitively that Mackay's line is as it is positioned in places like Figure 5. I would bring it closer to the existing A9.
Thank you. Can you just clarify, perhaps, going over a point you made earlier, that in terms of HES guidance, all areas of the battlefield have equal importance, but we're perhaps highlighting one part of it. Could you give why is that area the most sensitive area, the bit to the immediate south of the A9?
Well, I think I don't think it is an unfair reading of the assessments of the battlefields through this process that considerable thought has been given to topographical matters. I however, don't feel that the same level of value is given to areas of, for want of a better term, would be more human sensitivities within the area. I think it would be, although it was suggested yesterday that the area of actual combat was not considered by the promoter to be the most sensitive area of the battlefield, I think that for anybody outside of a context such as this, the most sensitive area of any battlefield would be considered to be the areas where the two armies meet, where the highest proportions of casualties are taken, where there potentially might be burials, although there's no indications in this immediate vicinity. They're certainly in that area somewhere. And so I think it would seem very extraordinary out there, certainly in public opinion, but also in terms of people like myself, to suggest that a special status should not be accorded to areas where the battle lines collide. And that is my point really in my concerns over where the battle line is, because whilst there's clearly room for interpretation here, it is about interpretation and impacts that removed the potential for appreciating those areas would concern me greatly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Johnson. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Bucks. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Now, a couple of questions coming out of your recognition and what you have just told the inquiry there. If I could take you first of all to CD423, managing change in the historic environment, historic battlefields. Now, on page 9, we see that changes to battlefields should seek to protect, conserve, and where appropriate, enhance historic battlefields.
Yes.
If a battlefield is to accommodate modern development, its key landscape characteristics and special qualities should be retained. We then read on page 13 that the starting point for information on the baseline of a battlefield is the record in the battlefield inventory, to which you've made reference in your evidence. The assessor should fully understand the record, including the reasons for the battlefield's inclusion in the inventory. They should cover details of buried and upstanding physical remains and the landscape context of the battle. Now, I assume you're familiar with the concepts of special qualities and key landscape characteristics.
Yes.
Are you also familiar with the outline of the compulsory purchase order boundary for the refined design?
Yes.
So as I properly understand your evidence, can you tell us which special qualities and key landscape characteristics are going to be fall within the compulsory purchase order boundary?
Well, I think there's 2 points that I would make on that. The first would be that I think in the process of defining those characteristics, the understanding of the areas of direct conflict and engagement on the field have not been attributed that status. So I think that would be my first point of divergence.
Sorry, what are you diverging from? I'm asking which of the special qualities and key landscape characteristics fall within the CPO boundary?
Yes, my point is that I would attribute a key characteristic status to the areas of combat, which is not currently done.
Now, the area of combat, I struggle with this. I'll try not to jump around too much, but in your recognition, at paragraph 3, you say all parts within the designated area of an infantry battlefield have equal status.
Yes.
The battlefield is a material consideration in the planning process. So what I need to understand is this the area that you're now talking about, why that takes a different status.
What I'm suggesting is that the level of status that is accorded to landscape characteristics such as the terracing in parts of the battlefield should also be given to the areas where we can demonstrate or we might potentially be able to demonstrate that the battle lines converged. That brings a degree of sensitivity along with the assessment of cultural association to the areas immediately south of the current road, which are not given the same status as some of the topographical characteristics that you're referring to. That means, therefore, that areas such as, for example, I think it's F3 specifically, where there are large intrusions into areas which debatably come right into the battlefield, the combat areas, for example, are directly affected. But also I think it's about taking our understanding of the battle from slightly broader than simply assessing it in terms of the corridor of the compulsory purchase area, and acknowledging the fact that...
Sorry, Dr. Johnson, my question relates to the compulsory purchase order area. We need to take this one stage at a time.
Yes.
Now, maybe if my question's not clear, there's every possibility that that's the case. Please let me know, and I'll try and reword or refocus. But I would like to know the special qualities and key landscape characteristics as agreed with Historic Environment Scotland, if we could go through one by one which of those fall within the CPO boundary, I'd find that very helpful.
I think the point that I'm making is that the defined special characteristics that you're referring to do not provide the only basis for assessments of sensitivity on
Can we please
field.
go through the Historic Environment Scotland agreed special qualities and key landscape characteristics? Now, if Mr Dempsey has the ES to hand, I think we can go through them one by one.
It might be useful to go through them one by one.
Yes, that's... a list in the ES, I think, is the best place to go if you can bring this up. While we're looking that up, I said I wouldn't jump around, but so as we're not sitting doing nothing, paragraph 5 of your recognition, which I'd referred to, about all parts of the designated area of the battlefield having equal status, I was interested by your comment in Chief, where you were commenting on evidence given by Transport Scotland, by Transport Scotland's witnesses yesterday, and if I noted you correctly, you commented on the what was the word you used to give status? Oh, the uniquely high value which is attributed, should be attributed to the battlefield. Can you tell me where you find that criteria in policy?
That is based on the fact that the designation of historic battlefield is based on a presumption of protection, and the fact that by designating the battlefield as of national significance, and therefore a special consideration, that the weighting of battlefields within these processes ought to be elevated.
Ought to be elevated or have a uniquely high value? Are you downgrading the status?
No, I'm not comparing apples and pears, but my own view is that the designation elevates the battlefield to a very high status. The battlefield, each individual designated battlefield is a unique cultural asset that isn't replicated anywhere else in the country.
Does a battlefield have a uniquely high value or a very high value?
In my opinion, it is a uniquely high value in the context of cultural heritage assets.
Now, that's your opinion,
It is.
which I'm not sure if that's the test which is to be applied. Could we have a look at CD 208, which is Scottish planning policy? Are you familiar with Scottish planning policy?
In some areas, I wouldn't claim to be a planning expert by any stretch.
Page 39 of the PDF, which is Minister's policy on battlefields. Planning authorities should seek to protect, conserve and, where appropriate, enhance the key landscape characteristics and special qualities of sites in the inventory of historic battlefields. Do we see any reference to uniquely high value or high value appearing in that?
I see a presumption in favour of protection and conservation and enhancement.
I see that planning authorities should seek to protect, conserve and, where appropriate, enhance, but perhaps we can move on. Special qualities and key landscape characteristics. If you could have a look at CD 11, Chapter 15, paragraph 15.3.27. The special qualities, first of all. 15.3.27. Now, Mr. Dempsey's evidence, his written evidence confirms that these special qualities and key landscape characteristics, which are concepts identified in managing change in the historic environment, historic battlefields, were agreed with Historic Environment Scotland. We see the first one, 15.3.28, archaeological remains associated with the battle recorded during 2003 and 2015 metal detecting surveys. To what extent will these special qualities, to what extent do they fall within the CPO boundary?
I think it is demonstrable that there are finds associated with the battlefield that have been recovered that are directly affected in areas field 5, for example.
Which drawing are you looking at so as that we can see?
Pardon me, in field F5, the quickest reference I have to hand would be figure 2B from the factual statement. That's the one.
TS 205. Page 60 on the PDF.
I'm just trying to think of the easiest way to do this. If you could identify for us on this drawing.
Sorry, there might be an easier reference on a map. I have a paper copy, TS 414.28.
Yes, I have that drawing. Archaeological remains associated with the battle. Can you identify in this drawing which ones are within the CPO boundary?
Those that are towards the upper left area, you can see in front of the position labelled government artillery. There is a scatter of finds there. There are others stretching along that corridor, some going into field F3, which is the bulge at the top of that map.
And working to the east?
Working to the east, you can identify that in those areas there are artefacts that are very, very close to the boundary, if not directly within it. In the way that it has been reduced from the original plans. But I would refer to my earlier statement that an area's significance isn't to be assessed purely on its archaeological yields.
We're on archaeological remains at the moment as a topic. If we could
yes,
just
indeed.
stick to that, please, and continue if you could let me know what other archaeological remains associated with the battle recorded 03 and 15 fall within the CPO boundary for the refined design?
Well, I think I have identified those for you in fields F3 and F5 particularly.
As a matter of interest, do you favour the near offline option, if you've heard that referred to in evidence? Do you happen to favour the dual carriageway being constructed out with the inventory battlefield?
No, I mean, in all things being equal, I would have preferred any option that avoided impact within the battlefield inventory zone. I do accept that introduced a range of alternative challenges and balances. I would suggest that it isn't for me to do any other than comment on the proposals that are presented to me.
But it is for me to ask questions of you to elicit your professional opinion. You recognise as a balancing exercise. Does that mean that you recognise that the balancing exercise favours an online option dueling within the battlefield?
Well, I've never in any way doubted the complexities that the online option has introduced, and I'm assessing this as cumulative damage on the existing road. I haven't seen an extended detailed proposals to the standards for other offline options. I do, of course, accept that it's a case of balance, and I do accept absolutely that there are no proposals that have been developed, nor is it within my capacity to develop one, that avoid damage to the battlefield. I would suggest, however, that it's beyond contention that the proposals damage the battlefield, and therefore it would be expected of me to be concerned by that.
I think that you're not challenging that the road should be duelled through the battlefield, but you'll need to tell me if that's misunderstanding what you've said.
No, I haven't opposed the principle of the scheme, and I haven't opposed the fact that it's been assessed that the scheme must go through the battlefield. My only concern, is to ensure that any scheme that is put into practice does as little or as highly mitigated damage to the battlefield as is possible.
Oh, I'm afraid this takes us back to the status of the battlefield. Is your position that policy and guidance requires Scottish ministers in determining the route for the duelling of the A9, that the battlefield should take priority?
It should take a very high place within the assessments, and my own view is that the intention behind the policies and the designations of battlefields is to give them an elevated status and a deliberate weighting in considerations that reflects the fact that there is only one Killiecrankie battlefield in the world.
I'm just going to interrupt for a second, Mr. Mill. Just going back to that last but one question about online and offline, and I'm thinking about the northbound widening versus southbound widening. Earlier you were talking about what you thought had been the sort of understated importance given to fields F10, 11 and 13, which lie to the north. Would you advocate southbound widening as opposed to northbound widening, or are you not taking a view on the relative merits of either option?
Well, my assessment there is inevitably tempered by the fact that there are clearly significant archaeological deposits on the north side of the existing road. That strongly indicates to me that the Williamite line is potentially closer to the existing line of the road at that point. Therefore, I would be concerned that there is an obvious impact there by a southbound widening scheme at that point, but that would be balanced, I think, by the cultural association sensitivities of areas immediately south of the road. I think the difficulty for people like myself in this situation is that we're assessing which bad bits we would more be able to live with, because of the fact that the line of the road which we are left to work with indisputably goes through a significant area of conflict.
Thank you, sir. So in terms of southbound widening, we heard from Mr Dempsey that southbound widening would result in the compulsory purchase and destruction of archaeological remains. Specific reference was made to field F13. So is your balancing exercise result in a decision, a preference, that those remains should be destroyed, those special qualities should be destroyed in preference to where you assert that the government line was?
It may be a semantic point, but I'm not seeing where extant archaeological remains are being destroyed by that process. I can appreciate where areas of archaeological sensitivity that have yielded finds would be impacted by a higher land take on the northward side, but that isn't quite the same as the destruction of archaeological remains, unless I'm looking in the wrong place. My understanding from the evidence presented yesterday that the higher impacts on the battlefield from southbound widening were primarily dictated, according to the assessment, by the rock cutting further to the east.
That was one of the factors, Mr Dempsey. Of course, here we're looking at the refined scheme, not at the compulsory purchase order boundary, which would exist for the alternative scheme.
And for example, the refined scheme here, looking at that area in front of that identified with Hastings Regiment, there is a considerable land take in the refined scheme there, which clearly abuts areas with archaeological finds, which would be a much reduced land take according to the alternative scheme, for example. So I think that's just another case of where we end up discussing whether we're taking on one side what we're giving with the other.
Where do you say the government line is compared to the line drawn by Mr Dempsey?
Now, I think I predicated this earlier, that I'm always reluctant to draw definitive deployments on plans such as this, and that is a view reflected by Historic Environment Scotland, who label all of their battle lines as purely indicative, and indeed are removing them from their designation records. But to me, the archaeology indicates that the Williamite line is closer to the line of the A9 than it is presented in these figures.
Closer.
Yes.
We'll come back to that. I was working my way through the special qualities listed by agreement with Historic Environment Scotland in the Stage 3 ES. We had a look there at archaeological remains. The next listed special quality is Urrard House and Steading and potential archaeological remains associated with Rory House Redoubt. You understand you were here and had Mr Dempsey's evidence regarding Urrard House and Steading. Does the house and Steading and potential archaeological remains associated with Rory House Redoubt fall within the compulsory purchase order boundary for the refined scheme?
It does not fall within the compulsory purchase order boundary. However, that does not prevent it from having, for the scheme from having an impact on the setting of the location. And I think that would be the point that I would raise there.
Do you disagree with Mr Dempsey's assessment of setting and his view on the significance of impact on the setting?
My own view is that the setting of Urrard House and its gardens, which is overlaying the features of Runrory House and the associated enclosure, which played an impact in the deployments of the battle and were subsequently occupied during the course of the battle. I believe that there is potential from the scheme to impact upon the setting of those assets.
There's potential. You heard Mr Dempsey's professional view. Is your professional view that there will or will not be an impact of some significance on the setting?
My view is that the setting will be impacted.
Can you explain your analysis to us?
Well, I think my analysis has been throughout what I've been saying in my references to Runrory and Urrard in terms of the cultural associations, the significance of those assets in terms of the choreography of the battle, and in my view that by moving the Williamite line forwards, it would run through the area of the walled garden, and I think that has an impact.
Just to be clear, are you drawing a distinction between the setting of Urrard House and the walled garden, and as we're directed to do here, looking at the at Rory House Redoubt?
I think it's been established that whilst the precise dimensions of Rory House Redoubt are not currently known, it lies within the ground between the northern limit of the walled garden at Urrard and where Urrard House stands today. And as that's in the rear of Mackay's line, that encourages us to move Mackay's line closer to the CPO boundary than it's currently drawn.
Again, sorry for jumping about, but whilst we're at Rory, Mr Dempsey's evidence did allow there to be Mr Dempsey's line did drawing did allow the line to be in front of Urrard House and in front of Rory.
It's drawn in front of Urrard House. I think I alluded earlier to my strong sense that since we know that Runrury had a walled enclosure on its northern side, which is identified as the redoubt feature, that there needs to be sufficient allowance in our understanding of the land there for moving, for allowing space beyond the extant house on the site of Runrury to place around its north side an enclosure of some size and to position, if you were taking this map that's being shown, Lieven's regiment, I would feel that regiment would unlikely to have its back immediately to a wall, and so I would dress that line forwards of its current position. I would suggest that although the Urad House walled garden as it stands today is not an indicator in and of itself of the positioning or extent of the Runrury redoubt, that undoubtedly, I suspect, Lieven's regiment occupied some of that same ground, which in turn gives some explanation as to why Dundee's Mound, which is in that area, has a strong cultural association with the battle and an area of combat.
Where are you positioning the wall on this plan, which you're relying upon to move the line of the government forces north? As
I'm sure you and Mr. Dempsey are aware, we can be no more than indicative, since the only illustration as to the extent or positioning of the Runrury redoubt wall is the 1750s Roy map. So that becomes a matter of subjective judgment.
Now, I assume you're aware of the inaccuracies inherent in Roy's map.
Yes, of course. That does not, however, suggest that there is not a walled enclosure to the north of Runrury.
But it may not assist us with the location of the wall, which you rely upon as one of your reasons for shifting the government line forward.
Roy's map makes clear that there is a walled enclosure on the north side of Runrury, which correlates with General Mackay's evidence that there was an enclosure of substantial enough size for him to consider garrisoning it in the closing phases of the battle, and also for it to have been a substantial enough feature for him to have ensured that his line had advanced beyond it, because he identifies it as being positioned in his rear.
Is it worth looking at Roy's map?
KFCC 39.
It is always a pleasure to look at Roy's map.
Did you say 239? 39. TS 39. Don't have it.
KFCC 39, Mr. Campbell, if you found it.
KFCC,
Yes.
sorry, I thought you said TS. Blame Rebecca.
Well, let's start by locating Runrury, if you can assist. I think there might be a pointer. I'm not sure if it's still
Yes,
there that you can use.
it's buried under my papers. I'm not entirely. I'm still quite analogue, but I think Runrury is self-explanatory, having been labelled there.
And can you identify Lagnabuig on this map?
Lagnabuig is, of course, not labelled, but it may be indicated by some of these settlement cottages.
Is the location of Lagnabuig that you just pointed to, does that accord with where you would find its location on a modern map?
No, as you yourself have identified, Roy's survey is not always a close overlay to contemporary mapping. What it is, however, is a good guide to significant features, and I would be content to suggest that it gives us a general view of the battlefield landscape.
Based on that, how can you accurately locate the Leven's regiment?
I haven't claimed to locate with a degree of pinpoint accuracy. In fact, I made it quite clear that I would only provide indicative deployments, which is why I raised concerns over the level of confidence to which regiments such as Leven's were being placed in the factual statement.
Next special quality, the potential archaeological remains associated with Croft Carnoch Redoubt. Does this special quality fall within the CPO boundary for the refined scheme?
No, it does not. The Croft Carnoch is a significant way to the north of the CPO boundary. The special acknowledgement given to Croft Carnoch is based on the interpretation that it was the sniping position in the early phases of the engagement. To my own satisfaction, and I agree that I accept that it is a subjective judgment, I am not yet convinced that that is the sniping position on account of its very close proximity to the Jacobite line, which raises questions in my mind.
And then the final special quality listed here is agreed with Historic Environment Scotland. Tomb Clavers, does that fall within the CPO boundary?
Tomb Clavers is, and obviously we've moved on from the maps that would indicate it, but it is itself south of the CPO boundary. But as has already been discussed in previous evidence, there are concerns as to the impact of the scheme upon its setting and the potential for enjoyment of that particular location on the battlefield.
Now that goes against the evidence given by Transport Scotland. On what do you base an assertion that there will be an impact on Tomb Clavers as you've described?
I have concerns over the levels of noise that will be affected, and I accept that some of these are subjective and on which we are not likely to agree. I think, in short, it comes to the fact that expanding a road and moving it significantly closer to an asset inevitably, in my mind, has an impact upon
it. In terms of noise, what's your assessment of the significance of residual impact on Tomb Clavers in terms of noise?
As I attempted at least to just acknowledge, I have recognised the evidence that's been given today that suggests that the noise impact is not going to be significant there, and so I accept that I'm making a subjective assessment on that point.
It's not very helpful to make a subjective assessment when we have some expert evidence on on noise. Are you maintaining your position about impact, having considered Mr Dempsey and Dr Palmer's evidence?
It is, of course, as an objector, perfectly within my rights to express that I have outstanding concerns.
I need to understand this. It's an outstanding concern. You are giving evidence to this inquiry based on your expertise. I understand that. You are aware of the duties of an expert giving evidence to inquiry, I assume?
Yes.
What are they?
Don't answer the question for a moment.
No, I don't feel I need to
Don't answer the
answer
question,
that
please, for a
question.
minute. This witness is not my witness, but he's a historian and not an acoustician. So, with respect, Mr Milne, the question is not fair to him.
I think it was, in a way, a fair question in that we have an expert witness who is seeking to give evidence on a specialism out with his qualifications. So,
no, sir, he was led into that question by Mr Milne, quite properly, but it was about noise, but he's not come here and professed to be a noise expert.
but noise was given up as a reason without being led to that. So I'd like an answer to the question.
I have, I believe, already acknowledged that that is my subjective judgment, and I have acknowledged the evidence that has been presented earlier today.
Do you wish to formally withdraw your concern about the impact on tomb clavers based on noise?
I don't think I can withdraw my concern because I am not. I still have outstanding concerns on behalf of the trustees that there will be impact in that part of the battlefield. I am not professing to be able to challenge the technical information that has been presented contrary to my position.
I'm looking at the time, Mr. Milne, and sort of aware we need to be out of here in 10 minutes or so. Is it? Are you likely to finish tonight, or should we just take a stop now and continue in the morning?
I'm afraid I will not finish tonight, so now would be as good a place to stop as any.
Perfect. You are available tomorrow morning, aren't you?
I can make arrangements to be so.
Much obliged. Okay, in that case, we'll finish now and start again at 9:30 tomorrow morning.